episode 2, and somehow this happened when I clicked on it. It does this sometimes. The episode 2, this time, Nascar duel.
Electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than
Making
water.
this video.
Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel.
Yep, well, I already knew this was gonna happen.
And earn a place in history.
Come on.
Is it in you?
Is important, but so too is how your car is going to work against 19 others in these 150-mile duel races. So dress rehearsal or big night to shine?
No, I think it's dress rehearsal. There are so many things these teams are working on right now. The no ride height, the pit crews are different. The cars are driving a little bit rough right now, and the guys want to smooth that out. So there's a lot going on tonight that will affect what happens here on Sunday afternoon, I think.
Races.
But there is a lot at stake, and principally it's the starting position for the biggest race of the season, the Daytona 500. And so many unknowns, Jeff, because it's the first time we've run the duel where the teams haven't been able to touch the cars since Sunday qualifying.
It's incredible how little practice they've had, and even when they had practice, they were getting ready for qualifying. So many unknowns, especially for these young drivers that are in the field that have very little experience. I think of William Byron. He has no idea. Alex Bowman's not new to the sport, but he's certainly a young driver up there on the pole, and I think that he has no idea how good his car is going to be when they drop this green flag. It's going to be pretty exciting to watch.
Well, we're about to find out. Now, Sunday night, there was a call on Ricky Stenhouse in the number 17. You're not allowed to advance your position by going below the double yellow line. He did. There is an exception if you are forced below the yellow line, however.
Yeah, I really believe that, he had an opportunity to back off and not go below the yellow line. He forced the issue. That was very consistent with the way that NASCAR has called this in the past.
Getting ready for two races that will set the field for Sunday's Daytona 500. It's the Can-Am Duel, live on FS1.
Let's go. We're just going to call it the duel in mind. That's going to be NASCAR 2018 season, episode 2, the duel. The last one just called episode 1. People, what's going on? Can we skip this part? It's like, it takes so long.
Out of my way.
Yeah, right there, you see. It's gonna be, this is 3 hours long. Means I might just do 2 videos. Yeah, we're doing 2. I mean, that's gonna be a really long video for you guys.
Yes, I decided to be a contrary. I knew nobody else would pick him.
Mike thinks because he picked Keselowski from dead last that it'll work tonight.
Well, I got a mulligan now.
Yeah.
Yeah, David Pierce. David.
They're trying to talk. He just interrupt them.
These guys are the best in the world.
Yep, they are.
Goodness gracious. Crazy, wild, white knuckle. Holy smoly. I love this race. Hang on, son. Gonna be some battle. You can guarantee you that.
Yep, they are. Duel 1.
Always exciting, often unpredictable. The Can-Am Duel at Daytona. Here on FS1 to set the 500 field. The odd-numbered qualifiers from Sunday are in Duel 1. That means pole sitter Alex Bowman, number 3 qualifier Jimmy Johnson. They'll start this race from the front row. In Chevrolets, a third Hendrick Chevrolet with them is William Byron. The only Toyota, Daniel Suarez for Joe Gibbs Racing. And then it's a whole bunch of Fords. Ricky Stenhouse for Jack Roush, Joey Logano for Roger Penske, Eric Almirola for Stuart Haas, Ryan Blaney, new to Team Penske this year.
Oh, that's right.
Kurt Busch, the defending 500 winner. Brad Keselowski, who won here Sunday in the Clash. Then the Chevys. Ryan Newman for Richard Childress. Jamie McMurray for Chip Ganassi Racing. Darrell Wallace Jr., the new driver for Richard Petty, and they now have Chevrolets. Ty Dillon for Germain Racing. Chris Buescher for JTG Doherty, and Brendan Gaughan, both in Chevrolets. As are Justin Marks and Jeffrey Earnhardt. David Gilliland
and
David Reagan,
Well, that's
who has a couple
names.
of wins on plate tracks. Let's get down to our FS1 All-Star pit crew, beginning with Jamie Little.
Hello, Mike. Well, Brad Keselowski, he kicked the season off with a bang. The only driver in the field to call himself a winner in 2018 after winning the Clash last Sunday, though. He told me that the car he's driving tonight, the Daytona 500 car, it's actually better than the one from the Clash. Watch for Brad to hook up with the 7 other Fords tonight and draft his way to the front. He told me he's confident he'll make it 2 for 2 tonight. Matt Yoko?
Well, that'd be
Jamie, 300 cars hold down the top 3 spots, each with their own agenda. Especially rookie William Byron in the 24. He told me his goal tonight is to be extremely assertive, put himself in some really good learning situations. As crew chief Jerry and Grubb told me that what impresses him most, he drives like a 10-year veteran, makes so many smart decisions. He expects to see more tonight. Regan Smith?
Ty Dillon has had a off-season full of changes. A new baby and a new crew chief being 2 of the biggest. The good news for Ty, he's worked with crew chief Matt Borland before in the 2016 season. They look tonight to build on that and get off to a strong start to 2018. Vince?
Well, one of the biggest stories of Speed Weeks has been the debut of Bubba Wallace in the 43 on a full-time basis. Bubba told me before climbing in the car, this is awesome. I haven't raced since September, and I didn't know if I was ever going to get that chance again. They didn't do much drafting in practice, so that's the number 1 goal tonight. Get comfortable in the draft, and of course, Larry McReynolds, bring that car back in one piece because they don't want to go to the backup for Sunday.
And Vince, this is a very short race. You can do this race on one trip to pit road. And a lot of these teams that were not part of the Clash on Sunday, these crews will be making their very first stop of 2018. Let's take a look now at the race analysis. There you see it, a short race, 60 laps, 150 miles. Pit road speed, 55 miles per hour. The fuel window, 46 to 48 laps. Now let's take a look at the weather here at Daytona tonight. It is a gorgeous night, been beautiful all day. There you see 66 degrees, track temp 80, very clear. And Mike, this track's going to get cooler, the speeds will go up, and the grip level will go up.
It'll be a fun night, Larry, that's for sure. Well, our ace statisticians, Bert and Ernie and a guy named Joe, have put together this computer model that we call, well, we can't call it Bert and Ernie, we'll call it Bernie. And Bernie, whose predictions can adjust during the race, picks these drivers as the computer-generated top 5. We're not sure if all of us agree.
I think Bernie's reading my mind.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Captain Obvious. He wins the Clash. He's fast in the Clash. So Jeff has
I think he's on
Brad.
mission.
Hey, there's a lot of Chevys in this race. I think Jimmy Johnson way overdue. Keep an eye on that 48 car. I think tonight is his night.
I'll tell you who has waited for this since we were last at a restrictor plate track. Ding, ding. Ricky Stenhouse in one of those fast Fords.
Guys, after 2017, Joey Logano starting 6th in that 22 car needs something good to happen, and he is in an Ford Ford. They are the make to beat here this week.
Well, 3 of those 4 are in the Bernies. So we'll see how it all sorts out. As we get set to go racing here in Daytona, the 2018 Toyota Camry XSE leads the field. Fox Visor Cam returns, and it's where here is Daniel Suarez, driving the only Toyota in duel number 1. He will roll off 4th, and Kurt Busch, the defending 500 winner, will roll from 9th position in his Ford, the inside of row 5.
I mean, you talk about Suarez, only Toyota in this 20 car field. That's amazing that he's all by himself.
It's just an odd even deal, depending on how you qualify.
Yeah.
I'm really anxious to see what happens here on the front row. We've got Alex Bowman, Jimmy Johnson. Alex Bowman's chosen the outside line. Now, typically when we've seen that, we've seen where that's teammates going to get together and try to line up. As you see, Jimmy Johnson and William Byron are on that inside lane. Is that what Alex Bowman's thinking here for the start?
I never know what drivers are thinking on the start. It's always a crapshoot, you think you got it figured out, and then they drop the green flag.
So 3 of the 4 Hendrick Chevys are in this race. All 3 of the Penske Fords are in this race.
They are.
Only one of the Gibbs Toyotas, one of the Roush Fords. Everybody else sprinkled throughout the field.
I definitely think we'll see manufacturers working together.
Yep, they are.
Pace car heads left. You know what that means. Here they come. to begin the Can-Am duel at Daytona.
Let's go. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. There we go.
I actually see Alex Bowman waving the field by him. He put his hand out the window. I'm not so sure he isn't just going to go to the back here.
You better be careful going to the back. Get run over trying to get back there.
Yeah, this is risky in itself.
Yep.
No matter what happens tonight, Bowman starts on the pole for the Daytona 500 unless he were to have to go to a backup car.
Yeah, there was only one if something should happen tonight, and that's if he would direct that car. And I think what he's doing, he's going to take care of that car and not get it in harm's way.
But you know as well as I know, DW and Mike, this is a race. Even though it's at night, it's still incredibly important to learn something from this race to prepare yourself for the Daytona 500 by being in the middle of a big draft.
Here comes Logano trying to lead by 1, and he does. He and Blaney draft past Daniel Suarez to lead the first lap.
You know what I love? You know what I love about race here at night? Watch the sparks. The sparks are going to fly. Some of them are going to come out from the car. Look at all those. And some others might come from making contact with each other.
I mean, we saw in the clash how strong that these Penske Fords were working together. We don't see Brad Keselowski up there yet, but he's coming. And when he gets connected with those other two teammates of his up front, watch out. Here he comes. Up the middle, 3 wide.
And goodbye, Daniel.
Yeah, this is going to take Daniel Suarez pretty far back.
He's going to take his breath anyway. Jamie Mack right alongside. And now Jimmy Johnson drops to the bottom. But Logano leads lap 2.
Suarez is waiting for another Toyota. I don't think it's
Sunday.
Sunday.
That was just wrong.
Oh, not tonight.
Yeah.
You know, usually or often, it's the man in the middle who gets squeezed back. This time it's the top side that fails to advance.
Mike, it's a little edgy right now. It's a little squirty, a little hairy right here. All these cars bunched up like this. But everybody in the field right now knows if I can get myself in line once we get sorted out, I'll be a lot better off being up here in the front. Now we'll be in the middle of the storm.
Yeah.
Ty Dillon, right alongside Suarez.
Yeah.
Stuck in the middle, definitely not where you want to be, but he's gonna hold that line as long as he can because he knows he's got the help behind him with the 31 of Ryan Newman, who's actually sort of like a teammate to Ty Dillon. Suarez is holding strong out there on the outside, even though he really doesn't have any drafting help.
Middle three, bottom is gone. Lining up on the top here, middle 3.
That's Ty Dillon's spot.
Here comes the line on top here. 31 still with you. Quick hold behind us 31 if it doesn't close outside.
Now, one thing that's not at stake tonight is making the race. There are 40 cars in the field. 40 cars will start the 500. So everyone will race on Sunday. The big question is, where will they start?
Yeah.
Drivers don't seem to remember those kind of things. They leave it up to their crew chief to remind them that everybody will make this race. Because all drivers know when they drop that green flag, it's like a red flag in front of a bull. They're going to charge.
Yeah, they are.
And we saw this out of the Penske drivers in that clash the other day where they started to get single file, run that high line, force somebody to go to the inside to make that pass. And if somebody, say a Jamie McMurray, says, no, I'm not content being fourth, that's what's going to produce that inside line to start forming and making some moves.
Those 3 cars in front are the same 3 cars we saw in the front in the clash last week. You look at the 12, the 22, and the 2. Those were the best cars in the clash last week.
And they are all teammates. Ryan Blaney is the new 3rd driver for Team Penske this year.
It's incredible how fast they formed up and got to the front. I mean, they took no time, especially Brad Keselowski. He came from a little bit further back, right up to 3rd. That shows you how strong and how confident each of these drivers is right now.
And now you got to figure out who's patient. You know, is Brad going to be happy running 3rd? Probably not.
No.
Well, he will be right now.
Well, let's
not at the end.
Let's look at attitude. Sunday night or Sunday afternoon, these cars were all tail dragging. trying to get that rear spoiler out of the air, and everybody wondered if it would make the handling really dodgy here tonight.
Yeah, well, the track's temps are much cooler, grip's much higher than it was here on Sunday afternoon. So it's kind of a false security almost. You're going to have these cars feeling pretty good tonight. You're going to feel pretty good about your car. But I don't know how that'll work out on Sunday afternoon when it's 80 degrees.
Right? Pit road, Matt Yoakum.
Joey Logano pulled off the grid and he said tonight is all about points and a trophy. Todd Gordon said, let's show him exactly what we've got right now. The car is out front. Sits a little bit on the splitter, a little tight, no adjustments. Remember, this year they've got the track bar adjuster for the plate races. The car is good, P1.
And what I like about Joey Logano, he's got probably the best spotter, if not the best, one of the best. TJ Majors is his spotter this year. Dale Jr. spotter for all those years, and that guy knows how to get a guy out front and keep him there.
He does.
6 of 60 laps complete. Joey Logano out front. Sparks fly in Daytona.
Yep, they do. Sparks are flying. Let's go. Let's see what's going on in the duel. That's gonna be my title. NASCAR Episode 2. NASCAR 2018 season Episode 2, The Duel. Are you still filming? Like, one last video? No, I have like this video and then 2 videos in this video. This is gonna be insane. Here they come. I like this camera. Well, that was science. Big one! Wreck! Caution! Caution's out! Caution's out! I knew that was gonna happen eventually. Wreck? Caution's getting destroyed. Jimmy Johnson's out of it. Eric Ward's also out of it. Who else out? Let's see what happened here. Oh, wait. He's by himself. It's a self spin. Something went wrong. Something broke. And Daniel Suarez probably gonna be out of it. Maybe not. Well, it's gonna be out of this race. Yep, Eric Almirola. Ooh, he tried to save it. Yeah, something went wrong. Yep, he's probably out. Caution already. Jimmy Johnson totaled. Wow, that's not good. What the people used to talk? Yeah, they are new. Yep.
Yeah, it's all changed.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Caution is out in Daytona, and Jimmy Johnson is out of the Can-Am duel.
That's not good. And who else
Let's take a look at what happens. You'll see Johnson drop down out of the single file line. It's Eric Almirola climbing out. Here he is on the right side of the screen. See what happens here.
Jimmy drops out of line after they come through the trial, but he realizes he has a problem. It looked like the car got pretty loose right there. As he moves down, I believe he blows a left rear tire, sends him in Eric Almirola. Daniel Suarez has to avoid him, spins to the infield. I think other than some tires, Daniel might be okay. Heavy damage to the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
Smoking.
Let's turn up our Fox visor cam and show you what Daniel Suarez saw.
Half back to the 43.
Great instincts to be able to turn to the left. He saw the corner of his eye Jimmy Johnson having a problem in turning back into the field and avoided him.
Right.
Eric Almirola from his rear bumper.
Absolutely nothing that Eric Almirola could do any different to avoid that.
And we'll ride along with the 7-time champion of this series, Jimmy Johnson.
Yep.
He gets a little loose right
top. They just went left.
No, I don't know if you know, he ran something over, but these cars are down, sparking a lot. These are the highest speeds they've seen in any kind of conditions. I just wonder if maybe there was a rub on that left rear fender.
Here's Jimmy Johnson's radio.
I didn't see any tire rubs or anything. I'm really perplexed. All right. Well, we'll get the backup up. All right, bud. Thanks, man. Sorry.
And clearly in that view, the left rear was down. Daniel Suarez has made a pit stop and continues. Jimmy Johnson and Eric Almirola will not. First ride for his new team, Stewart Haas Racing, for Almirola.
And then, Mike, this is another one, a dress rehearsal. Maybe there was something rubbing. Maybe there is something they can find that caused that tire to go down. They get that fixed before Sunday.
Taking the long ride back to the garage area after this puts us under caution in Daytona.
Jeff, Darrell, I gave Barry a heads up. The one was...
Pit road is open here in Daytona. Under caution, Vince Welch.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. says he's on the splitter just a little bit. It's going to be a gas-only stop. Kevin Wing, the gas man on the 17. Jamie?
Brad Keselowski in the 2. The car's been pretty decent, but he's a little loose everywhere, especially on the straightaway. The 12 is in as well, Matt.
Air off up to 24. At this juncture, 2 tires, possibly 4 for the 24 of William Byron. Concerned about possibly going through some debris. They're going to go 2 on the 24.
The 4 Fords took gas only and beat everybody out. Logano, Blaney, Stenhouse, Keselowski. Working caution for Jimmy Johnson, Eric Almirola, and Daniel Suarez. Once again, his view.
Hey, man, get outside wall. I know. Oh, yep, down. Waste 2. 2 and 3.
You gotta add.
Yes.
Gotta go.
Changing the left side tires. Jack is up and
Okay.
continue to make put fuel. A lot of cleanup down in turn 1 and 2. That's where Eric Almirola rode along with a snail's trail of oil and water after Jimmy Johnson collected him after losing a left rear tire. That is 2 totaled out race cars for Johnson in 5 days, who on the last lap of the Clash here Sunday got into a big wreck. Yep. Not of his own making.
Well, a couple of things I see here on pit road, particularly just saw the 88 car Bowman. They're moving the track bar, Mike. The track bar is solid. It's on the left side. They'll move that track bar to where they can get some of that skew out of the car and make the car drive a little bit more like a normal race car would. That thing was really skewed bad for qualifying, trying to fix it.
What do you say we dial up our defending Daytona 500 champion? Hey, Kurt Busch, this is Jeff up in the FS1 booth. You got me?
10-4, I got you, Jeff.
Well, I don't think any of us really knew what to expect in this race. You're probably talking with some of your fellow drivers, but now that you've made some laps, what are you seeing out there? What's it feel like?
There still seems to be a general consensus of rear instability. Like these cars, they're hard to bump draft, and the cars are moving around a lot. And then it's big on the transitions from the flat to the banking and then back again. So still a lot of uneasiness, and we got to get more stability in these cars. It's been tough, though. No practice. I want to go. You can pick. I'm to it. Yeah, he's got you. Coming to you. Don't fight him. Get a windshield tear off. Top off.
All right, leader Justin Marks comes in. So does Chris Buescher, Ty Dillon. You're riding with Kurt down pit road. Jamie McMurray back for another try. Easing into his pit stall.
Even then you hear the chatter of the rear tires. That's because there's no travel in the rear. These cars are locked down solid in the back, and that's why they're so difficult getting in the corner, and that's why they're loose and jumping around the way they are. There's no travel back there. They're just locked down solid.
And we heard Kurt Busch talk about instability even on the straightaways. You know, we've seen some very aggressive drafting and bumping on the straightaways. I don't know. They're going to have to definitely make some big adjustments in these cars for this race, and certainly for the 500.
Well, Joey Logano had a choice to make. Which lane to take on the restart?
Wonder about taking the bottom and sliding up. Oh, I wasn't thinking that. I was just thinking taking the top, but we can try that if you want. You be up for it?
Yeah, so what he's talking about is it's whether he chooses the inside or outside, and he knows he wants to get teamed up with Blaney. And so, you know, if he can start on the outside, maybe drop down or go the outside and go up, because they were running that top lane, I think he's thinking, let me start in the bottom and get up in front. We take that top lane again.
All right, 46 laps to go, crew chief. How you feeling about fuel mileage?
No, I think they're good. I even think those guys that did not come to pit road and top off, I know Kurt Busch, Ty Dillon, Chris Busch are topped off just for safety, but I think with the cautions we've got, they should be good to go. And I'm not convinced we're done with cautions.
No, I'm not either. But you talked about the 22 Logano taking the inside. Really, he doesn't. He's got a Ford behind him. He's got a Ford on the other side, so he's in pretty good shape no matter what lane he picked.
4 Fords at the front of the field. Then a brace of Chevrolets with Byron and Newman. Pace cars in. They'll complete lap 14 when they take the restart green. There it is.
There goes Logano to that outside lane, getting in front of his 2 teammates. Brad Keselowski's also right there behind Ryan Blaney.
And how can he go wrong? You got Stenhouse up here, who's won on a restrictor plate track, and you've got Brad back there, who's won on a restrictor plate track.
Yep.
You can't really go wrong if one of those guys is behind you.
Driving through all that speedy dry, they blew most of it off with the jet dryer. That should take care of the rest of it.
And you saw how that materialized far back in the middle of 1 and 2, where Brad got a good run to Blaney, big run to Logano, and that pushed Logano out free and clear, and Blaney.
Jeff, I just watched that 12 car of Blaney. I just think if he can get an idea, figure it out, and I think that's what he's trying to do. I believe he's got a really fast car that could possibly lead this thing, but he keeps kind of trying to get out of line when it's not the right time.
He's got 2 of the best to work with right in front of him, right behind him. If he learns from them, he's going to be a real threat in Sunday's Daytona 500.
We're back under green at lap 16. Let's go down outside the care center. Regan Smith.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson, a tough start to the 2018 season for you. 2 wrecks in 2 races so far. We heard you say you didn't have any tire smoke with the car inside the cockpit. Was there any other warning something was about to happen?
Tough way to start Speed Weeks. I feel terrible for my race team. I think for all of their hard work, and we'll get that backup out. But the car started to shake a little bit entering the tri-oval, and that's why I pulled down. I was kind of shocked that I had the shake and knew it was that soft tire shake coming from the right side. And as I exited the tri-oval, it finally went flat and hooked me around and into Eric, unfortunately. So, terrible way to start, but thankful for all the support from Chevrolet, Lowe's for Pros, and we'll get that next bullet out and get ready.
Well, 3 of Johnson's last 4 wins came from starting in the rear.
Yeah, no stranger to passing a lot of cars and still being successful when it comes to race day on Sunday. But, you know, 2 cars in 2 races.
Yeah.
And they only bring 3 cars down here,
That's
including the Clash car. So they're going to have to go find another car, maybe, hopefully, when their teammates comes out of this race clean, and they can pull out their backup car.
Yeah, really discouraging to get a start like that for a champion like him.
Hey, guys, look at Ryan Newman in the 31 car running 5th right now. There's a brace that's behind that left rear tire that holds that quarter panel, and it's broke, or it's fallen off, and you can see right there.
Oh, yeah,
you can see it's flapping around. That's not going to be good for the performance of that 31.
Well, Larry, it's because that quarter panel been dragging the ground. We saw on the early start here with the low air pressure, those rear quarter panels were actually dragging the ground and drug that brace
flare out, right?
Look at it now. It's a big
catches air.
Yeah, it's a big parachute.
Now, that won't bother him too much as long as he's in the draft, but if he ever gets out front in the lead, it definitely will have an effect. Saw McMurray there looking for a little bit of room to get to the outside. He's wanting to get back to the front.
That may be a little downforce in that 31 car back there in traffic.
It could very well be, but I don't think you have to worry about him getting the lead with it flopping like that.
He might have the most stable car on the straightaways.
Ricky Stenhouse has been trying the bottom in that blue and white 17, and he's had help. But that outside line has been just too strong.
Well, we know how strong that car is and how good Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is on these restrictor plate races. He won 2 races last year, and I think that he has the confidence to go do it. He just doesn't have the help right now.
Not right now, maybe later. Back down to Regan.
Eric Almirola, new year, new team for you. Not the start that you wanted to have with these guys. We know you couldn't do anything to miss the wreck right there. Did you at least get to feel your car out a little bit for Friday's practices with the backup?
Yeah, I did. I felt like my car was really fast. I was running partial throttle, just kind of managing my runs and waiting for our first pit stop. So I was just kind of cruising along, and I did not envision our night going that way at all. I thought we had a really fast midfield Ford Fusion, and I honestly thought we had a car that was capable of getting up there and challenging for the lead when things started to sort themselves out. But things don't always go the way you plan them. So we'll get another car out. Everybody at Stewart-Haas Racing did a great job over the offseason building a lot of fast race cars, and I'm sure we got another bullet up in top of the trailer, and we'll get it out and get ready for the rest of the weekend. So it's only the 150s. We still got the Daytona 500.
Yeah.
Almirola replaced Danica Patrick in the number 10 for this season. Patrick has a one-off ride and will be in duel number 2.
Mike, we got 3 teammates leading this thing, the 3 Fords, but look who's right behind them. You got the 31 car and the 43 car of Bubba Wallace hanging right in there.
Vince?
Well, and Bubba Wallace narrowly missed that earlier incident involving Almirola and Jimmy Johnson. He was the car right behind them, got through just barely. Now he's running behind Newman. You guys noted the left rear issue for Ryan Newman. That's Bubba in the 43 right behind him. They made a left rear shock adjustment on that first pit stop. Bubba said the car was pretty good, but he didn't like the way it was handling in turn 3. Drew Blickensdorf for the crew chief said, let's make this adjustment, see if it helps any.
Well, it's a steep learning curve for all the Chevrolet teams. They have a brand new body this year.
Yep, they do.
The Camaro replacing the late Chevy SS.
Yeah.
Work in progress. Matt?
Mike, at the beginning of the race, you saw pole sitter Alex Bowman methodically fade to the back to protect his car to keep it on pole for Sunday's 500. Going through that damage of Jimmy Johnson's car, he hit a bumper support in the left front headlight area, pitted. The 88 guys looked it over. No harm, no foul. Now he's just about 5 seconds back in the second pack, just riding to keep that car safe for next Sunday.
Well, he's living up to his nickname of Bowman the Showman. The way he got that nickname, it was our producer, Barry Landis, that hung it on him, because he's just such a nice, unassuming young man. He's not a showboat like, well, pick your driver, okay?
You know, guys, I talked to Alex Bowman yesterday on our special edition of the Race Up Show. He said, Larry, we came here to sit on the pole. We only ran 6 laps of practice on Saturday. This did not surprise me. They'll get serious tomorrow on Saturday in practice. Get this thing ready to draft.
Yeah, Larry, I mean, they're one of the cars I saw working on that track bar, and we know how that car was so skewed to the left qualifying. I don't think it's quite that bad now. That raising that track bar and then the adjustable track bar inside the car, he's got that car running pretty straight.
Well, I sort of anticipated this possibly being an option for some teams. If they thought they had a shot at the front row or the pole, that they would go all out and know that it would not be ideal for these conditions and maybe have to give up this race for the Daytona 500 pole. But I guarantee you they'll get that thing dialed in for Sunday. I'm curious to see in Duel 2 what Denny Hamlin does with his front row car.
Yes. Well, what we're seeing here with these 3 Fords out front does not surprise me. As Michael did his grid walk in his rush to talk to Brad Keselowski, he almost tripped over Edsel Ford, the godfather of Ford racing, who's here kind of supervising all of this. And out front, we've got 3 Penske Fords.
Yeah, I talked to Brad a little bit, Mike, and he said he felt like that the body on the Fords down here, it kind of was it almost made it obvious to everybody else. They're good on these tracks where you don't need a lot of downforce. Next week when we get to Atlanta, might be a horse of a different color. But they definitely got the package for the restrictor plate races.
24 laps complete as you ride with Daniel Suarez in 9th place. At 198 miles per hour into the corner.
And you wonder why these cars are hard to drive. I mean, these cars are going faster than they've ever gone down here in a race. I mean, these things are flying, and the back of the car is solid as a rock. It's like riding a buck Ford. And that's what's making them so difficult to make passes and hang on to.
This is the auto horsepower.
Like a wagon, you know, with no shocks or springs.
You've been watching the Westerns channel again.
Now, one of the things you have to be a little bit careful of being in that outside lane is when you come off the corner and you're in that draft, if your car has any kind of a tight feeling or push with the front tires not gripping, it's really easy to use that draft off the car in front of you to suck yourself into the wall and create some damage on the right side.
So why put America's best drivers in America's worst riding race cars? It's aerodynamically efficient that way, right?
It makes them fast. Right. And look, every crew chief, every driver, they just want to go fast, Ricky Bobby. I'm just telling you.
And they're so afraid they're going to give up speed to somebody else out there that's going to figure it out. But I really think come Sunday, day race, Daytona 500, 500 miles, you're going to have a car that is stable, especially when I hear Brad Keselowski say it's loose on the straightaway.
Jamie?
And Jeff, that's exactly what he said before that last stop. He said it's worse on the straightaways. Well, now since the pit stop, he said he has a little bit of a chatter and it's darty in turn 1. So the car definitely a little ill handling. And this car, he said, drove a lot better than on Sunday. So they definitely have their hands full. But right now he's sitting right where he wants to be.
Yeah, and see, Mike, another thing that crew chiefs and drivers, you don't want to tow the car out too much. If you give it a little tow, it'll drive a lot better. But it slows it down. So that's what we're working on tonight. Where can we be on that edge but not be too loose?
Paul Wolfe, former racer in the NASCAR Busch North Series, and a good one. The crew chief that made the call, 2 tires in the clash, that gave Brad Keselowski the track position that got Brad to victory lane.
So many of these crew chiefs are past drivers, and that experience behind the wheel, understand when a driver tells them what the car is doing and where it's doing it on the track, that information is only valuable if you can truly understand what they're going through and what they're doing. That's why I love having a crew chief that has racing experience.
Yeah, a crew chief makes a driver. I mean, that's his ace in the hole. What that crew chief can give him, give me a fast car, let me use my skills, and we can win races.
Ty Dillon, 8th place right now, 5th in that group of 5 Chevrolets in a row.
That's really good for him.
Yeah, guys, Ty Dillon may have been one of the luckiest cars in that last wreck, actually. They dodged a big bullet with a right rear tire that looks like it had a cut in it. He came in, it was very low. We saw that car sparking a lot when he was out there running. We might know why it was sparking so bad now.
Well, he's got a 13 car, got a new crew chief, Matt Borland. He come out of retirement to kind of take over the crew chief duties on that car. Be interesting to see how they get along and what kind of progress they can make.
William Byron, we listened in.
If you're not really going anywhere as you go along there, just save a little fuel, just give us some cushion to the end. I think the 17 is doing the same thing, saving a little for a push to the front later.
Yeah, William Byron is going to school. He's a great student. We know very well that's been documented, him going to Liberty University. But this kid is so new to this kind of competition, this type of car and the way it's handling, that he's trying to just absorb as much of it as he possibly can. I think he's in a perfect position for that. But I don't know if I agree with Darian Grubb on the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. saving fuel.
No, what I like about William Byron, he seems to be able to get it on the edge, but not over the edge. He takes it right up to the limit, but not over the limit.
Yep, he
He has won, and won big, in everything he's driven. Now, we talked about Ricky Stenhouse. He's still not making any headway in that low groove, Vince.
Well, he tried earlier and said he just couldn't get any help. He said, I'll regroup, wait a few more laps, and try it again. He is doing that. He had Kurt Busch going with him for a moment, and David Reagan was back there as well. But they just don't seem to be able to get any steam going on that inside, but it's not for a lack of trying.
Jeff, how long did it take you to win a race down here in that 24 car?
I had a little success in our first duel.
Yeah, the first time.
First time he won.
In Thursday, in what was a 125-mile race, victory lane.
I absolutely loved coming down here those first few years and having a car that was fast and handling well. And I just loved the draft. It was a blast. Now, we weren't in such big packs like this back in 1993. It's changed a lot over the years.
You know, I watched Stenhouse. He's back there almost at the back of this line. He knows he has a fast car. We know he has a fast car. I think he's experimenting just a little bit.
Yep, he is.
Now he's got a little help there from Kurt Busch and David Reagan. Those three cars, nose to tail, 3 Fords. Can they gain any ground? And Larry, what kind of tools do they have to do it?
Well, I've been watching Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that 17, and he's doing what we call a side draft. And we're going to go to our Ford Aero tracks, and we're going to show you what side draft actually does. You see the car right here approaching the left rear. He's going to move over. And what that does, that stacks air up on the spoiler of that car he's passing. And on that left rear quarter panel, it doesn't really speed the car up that's doing the passing. It slows the car down. That's what Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is trying to do right now.
Larry, the first time I ever saw that, kind of felt it myself, was with Dale Earnhardt. And we were practicing, and he about drove into my door.
We thought it was speeding the car up that was doing the passing and slowing the one he's passing down.
Yeah, so he drove into, I almost drove my door. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm side drafting. I'd never heard that word.
Well, the problem Stenhouse had was that Kurt Busch could not stay with him. And now Ricky jumps up into the high lane. His group of 3 cars came apart.
No one wrecks.
Well, he's not done.
He's going to keep trying.
Keep on trying. He just was afraid. Look at him go up, side draft the 19 of Daniel Suarez. Now, the advantage he has is since the leaders are in that high line, he can run down low and actually run the shortest line through the corners. If he could just get some help, like you mentioned, Mike, to get a few more cars behind him.
Let's see.
Guys, you know this. Ricky Stenhouse has to have a really good handling race car to be able to make those moves. He just abruptly turns down to the bottom of the racetrack when he size drafts. So that could be a great sign for this team come Sunday for the Daytona 500. Looks like that 17 car is handling well.
Yeah, you know, Michael, all he's trying to do is get somebody to help him. If he could get 2 or 3 guys to jump down there with him, he feels like maybe that bottom line would be quick, though, the shortest way around the track, but he can't get anybody to work with him.
Well, Kurt Busch tried the inside, and look where he's going.
Halfback. Coming to you. Working with you. Working with you.
And we've seen this in the past where if you get the first 5 or 6 cars that they're content, they're happy to be in the position they're in, they're not going to budge. It's going to take the next 6 to 8 cars to all work together to get in that inside line if they're going to come up and battle for the lead.
Well, Stenhouse crew chief Brian Patty, he loves these speedways, these restrictor plate races.
Here we go. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. Here we go. Means I will use my face cam on I put my tablet right here. You guys will not see me. Got it? Series we're going to be doing the 2019 season, the 2020 season, the 2021 season, the 2022 season, and the 2023 season, and finally, the 2024 season. But how are we going to all do that in this 2026? That's why we can find we might do 3 videos. We might do a 3 video. 3 reacting to 3 Nascar races in this one video. I think we announced that too soon. And then combine my whole series into one. And watch react to every of my original make my NASCAR movie called the NASCAR 2018 movie. The 2018 movie. Here we go. I'm back.
We're outside.
38. 38. Yeah, 38.
37 laps complete in the first race that makes up the Can-Am duel tonight to set the field for the 500. Joey Logano's led all but 1 lap. 1 caution flag. Jimmy Johnson lost a left rear tire on lap 9. Collected Eric Almirola. With
they're wrecking. 24's around.
Yeah, caution.
William Byron, the rookie.
Hold her down.
Stenhouse jumped out to make a move.
17.
I don't know if that...
Never touched you, but he pulled you around with air.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I saw. When Byron was already... The back of the car was definitely unstable.
There's not that much damage.
No, the right front's down, but the car doesn't look bad.
You know, the damage
I
looks...
think the right side is banged up pretty good.
But I had seen him moving around quite a bit with the back of the car going down the straightaways, and when Stenhouse pulled out, it just sucked that car around to the left.
Watch this, Mike.
All right, watch Stenhouse on your right, the blue
car back here behind the 24 when he jumps out.
He gets right up to that rear bumper and then goes to side draft that left rear. Well, I mean, look how close he is. And it just, basically, that just packs air like Larry was talking earlier, but instead of pulling him back, it actually took the back of the car and turned it around.
Yep, it did. All that air just sucked.
Mike, I think the way the air is moving around these cars right now, with the cars the way they're set up, nobody's really sure what's causing these things to happen.
Attention shoppers, for more browsing,
they are right about that.
We've got a big story to tell.
Things to happen.
They are right about that, people. Anything can happen in that. Anything can happen in any race.
And he did get the nose, and there's a lot of different pieces that connect to the radiator in that nose that could have been damaged that we can't see from here.
They're tied out back. 24 and 17, popping out one. Stand behind you, behind you, behind you. Stay up top. Stay up there. Inside.
Now let's ride with Kurt Busch.
Spin it, left, keep digging, straight ahead. You're all clear here, all clear.
Wow, what a shot. That was incredible. Wow, good job, guys.
And there are many possible culprits. Aerodynamics, skew, side drafting. There are a lot of reasons. One thing there did not seem to be, though, was contact.
No, I don't think there was any contact, but we talked about some of these teams going all out for qualifying. And remember, William Byron qualified 5th. So they definitely have a setup that was built for speed. And You know, he's right in there trying to learn all that he can, but I could tell he had his hands full. We saw it practice a little bit, and we certainly have been seeing it in this race so far.
Yeah, and being a rookie really didn't have anything to do with that. That's just aerodynamics, and there's nothing you can do to predict that.
Energy Cup Series full race of.
They will come around with 20 to go. Larry, what would you do?
Yeah, I think, you know, most everybody was right there on the threshold of the field window to make it to the end. We may see guys back in the back half of the field, but I just can't imagine those leaders are going to come. I just think track position's too important. We're going to go back racing with less than 20 laps to go.
Looks like we're going to have some takers. Keselowski faked it.
No, we had some fakers, not takers.
7 cars stayed out. Everybody else to pit road, led by Bubba Wallace. Vince.
Bubba says it's just a little bit too free right now in both corners on both ends of the track. So they're going to make right side tire changes and put some gas in it. Otherwise, pretty solid, Matt.
Earlier in the race, Daniel Suarez received damage on the right side when he was involved in the Johnson crash. His team fixed that cosmetic damage. Now he's just trying to fix the balance of the race car.
Let's do it out. Anything could happen.
Step out on him too free, especially
They're
on exit.
Come on.
It'll be kind of interesting to see what happens to Bubba Wallace. He took 2 tires, but he was running 5th.
Let's see.
Be interesting to see where he ends up, you know, when they get going again.
Under caution for the second time in Daytona, here is the most telling view of this one from Kurt Busch's car.
That was crazy. That's 2 cautions already. That's crazy. Now we're just waiting to go back to green. I think that's the pace car right there. Yeah. Daytona 500 coming soon. Is that the pace car? Nope, that's not. I don't think so. There's the cars coming soon. I think the Daytona 500 is gonna be really crazy. But we have to react to like 4 seasons, then the 2025 season as well, then the 2025 season. With this probably reacting when we complete the first season of this show. We're gonna the first series. Just anyways, yep. One more to go around. One more. Here we go. They said one more before green. How many cars are out of this race? Is William Byron out of the race? I don't know. Jimmy Johnson is out of the race, we all know. Eric Almore out of the race, we don't know about Byron though. I don't think he is, because William Byron's not moving up. I mean, he probably is out. I don't know that until they tell us. Oh, who's that car? I can't tell. We are waiting to go back to green, boys, ladies, and gentlemen, boys and girls. Wait, there's one car, 2 cars up there. 42 of that 42 of 60. It did this again. Wow. Here we go.
They will take the restart green with 18 to go in the first of 2 races tonight on FS1.
Oh, that's good.
This race will set the inside lane for the 500 starting grid. Logano and Blaney in Fords, Newman Chevrolet and McMurray, both in Chevys. Keselowski's Ford are the front 5.
Here we
As
go.
the pace car
Boogity,
heads for the
boogity,
pits.
boogity.
And we will
Boogity,
restart
boogity,
with
boogity.
18 laps
Let's
to
go
Now we have the
racing.
exact opposite situation we had before.
Let's
Watch
go,
Logano
drivers.
after he gets
Wait,
clear, now he's down to the inside. Now he's picked up those teammates again, Ryan Blaney and Keselowski.
That was sort of orchestrated. You can see that coming.
But something else is being orchestrated with Jamie McMurray and Ryan Newman.
Still getting a big push. Back 2.
This is going to break up those Penske Fords.
Outside the 1.
3 Chevys. Newman, McMurray, and Bubba Wallace in the 43.
Big push coming on the outside with the 19 of Suarez.
I really like what that 43 did. He came in, he got 2 right side tires. Be interesting to see if that helps him in this situation.
Whoa, a great move by McMurray to get to the outside and get by the 31 and Newman.
Let's see what's happening.
Ronald, come back to you, Tom.
I think that yellow car and that white car will suck right back up there behind that number 22 in a pretty quick manner.
Not if Jamie McMurray has anything to say about it in his number 1.
Yep.
That Chevy trying to spoil the Ford parade.
Well, you can bet your bottom dollar the guy in that 1 car, if there's a hole or if there's maybe even looks like a hole, he's going in it.
And you know what he's so good at? Is surprising you with it. Like just when you think he's going to ride in line,
all of us,
he steps out and makes a bold move.
We've all been surprised by Jamie Mack on the super speedways. Jamie?
And Jamie McMurray just a little bit free, especially in the tri-oval. But I talked to Matt McCall, his crew chief, today, and he said in the clash they got a good feel for this new Camaro. And he said he really liked how the car sucked up to other cars. It was better than the previous model. But he said we're not sure how it's going to push, but we know after what happened with Larson, with Jimmy Johnson and wrecking him, we have to be very careful. If we push, don't do it too hard.
But Jamie, I think a lot is said from Matt McCall. Doing what he did, pitting early before pit road was open on that first caution and moving that track bar down on the left rear. That was huge for that 1 car.
It really helped the car, Larry. It's run a lot better ever since they made that adjustment, got some of that skew out of it.
To me, you want to know how strong the 2 of Brad Keselowski's Ford is? That was a power move he just made. He didn't have as much help
running lines off and
as
he's
much
out
as
of the
the
race
outside in the top group, and he was still able to make that pass by Jamie Murray, jump in behind his teammate Ryan Blaney.
I give Blaney in the 12 car a little bit of credit for that, Jeff, because he moved up and picked him up and gave him some help, and then that's all he needed.
But look at Stenhouse still stuck down there again on the bottom.
46 of 60.
I think he's experimenting.
Yep, he is.
Brendan Gaughan has come to pit road under green. He'll take on right side tires. Out of the race. Jimmy Johnson, Eric Almirola, and William Byron.
Yep, William Byron's off. Out of the race.
I was wondering how this was going to work out for Bubba Wallace in the 43 car. He was running 5th before the caution. He's running 6th after the caution, or 5th, 6th after the caution.
Meanwhile, where's the showman?
Working that throttle a little bit too. You hear him in and out of the gas.
Suarez still looking for his teammates.
And they're all in the second race.
They
There's
are.
our hell sitter. Tucson, Arizona's Alex Bowman. He is 2.7 seconds back of the lead.
Yep, he is.
Well, he's in a good spot right there, Mike. If something should happen, I think he's far enough back. He can get woed up, but he's also getting a little bit of feel of that draft from that group of cars. It's a pretty good spot to be in.
He is the one driver in this race with nothing to gain. He has the pole for Sunday's 500. Here's Regan Smith.
Yeah, William Byron, not what you wanted to have for a start today. We saw you get a little bit loose out of the tri-oval. We know how difficult the tri-oval is. What happened over there?
Yeah, that was kind of the worst possible spot to get on my quarter panel, and I just lost it. I just got sucked around. The air moved me around, but other than that, it was going pretty well before then. So I hated that we tore up the car, but we'll go to work and get ready for the 500. So
Imagine
we were just all kind of riding in a single file line, and
a
couple guys were trying to make the bottom work, and just got sucked around. So
David Gilliland is around down in turn 1 and took a pretty hard hit into the wall.
Yeah.
Put us under our 3rd caution flag.
Yeah.
Talked about
3rd caution. Let's go.
Alex Bowman being far enough.
He's an idiot. He won 2 of these things. Now he's a hero. So
luckily he was able to avoid that.
Round of applause.
Let's see what Let's see where Stenhouse was in this whole thing, because he was right there.
Gilliland was in 12th, and Ricky Stenhouse to the inside trying to make something happen. The white car is Gilliland.
He's going to come up on his...
Oh, it's a very similar situation. Oh, no, that didn't get him loose there. Now he gets a run, gets into the corner. Oh, same exact situation as he crossed over. That is basically just turning these cars sideways when you get that close and back there in the left rear. I just turned him right around.
Jeff, I just think that shows what a fine line it is between a car that you can hang on to and one that just a little air moving and you go around.
And again, no contact between the two.
No.
That's a heavy hit. A very heavy hit. Caution out again.
Is very
3
confident
cautions
in his
already.
car's ability to move around because he's making
Look
some
at that
pretty
hit.
aggressive moves.
It's hard lick right there. That nose hammered
That's a
that
heavy
wall.
hit. It's like a hammer.
Just nothing David could do right there. Once the car came around, he's just along for the ride.
Yep, he is.
You know, you're just riding along, minding your own business, and somebody gets underneath you and turns you around.
And that's one of the smallest teams here. Ricky Benton Racing. There's David, who has 16 Daytona starts, a best finish of 3rd, and has a restrictor plate front row start. That's a tough break for a very small team.
You know, Mike, pits will be open this time. We're going to go back racing with less than 10 to go. I still believe everyone at the front is going to stay out to keep that track position. I'm sure drivers is kind of mid-pack and back, you know, maybe more adjustments, trying to learn as much as you can what adjustments do to the race car.
I think that would be my bet, my best move, Larry. If I was mid-pack on back, come in, work on it a little bit, see if I can make it better. It's kind of scary looking right there.
Lights, cameras, action.
No kidding.
Yeah,
the new Star Wars movie's coming out soon, right?
Yeah, that was. It is. It's always been out. The old.
Now we'll have a few takers at the back of the pack, but only 3.
That might be a good idea to pit right now. So we're under caution.
You know, when I think about that move that Ricky Stenhouse Jr. made, I don't see anything wrong with it. Yes, it's an aggressive move. And he knows he has a car that's capable of getting to the front. He's just trying to make something happen by, if he has no helpers and he can't materialize a group of cars that's going to go to work to try to get to the front, he's going to have to try to make that happen by himself. And how do you do that? You make a move late off the trial. You make a move entering the corner, and you hope you start picking them up one by one. But the way these cars are handling is going to have to be really careful doing that, because that is the result of what could happen.
Well, Jeff, the first time you see that, you say, "Whoa, that was weird. I've never seen that before."
Yep.
That's right there. Very vulnerable position, as William Byron talked about, as the banking flattens out off the trial hole. Now, this second one, they're actually in the corner, in the banking, and so I was a little bit surprised that the car came around once they're actually in the banking. So this is coming off the trial hole. That's where William Byron and Stenhouse
the banking right here.
Their incident earlier. Now this is actually getting in the corner. I guess the car is still pretty light right there for David Gilliland. It hasn't quite picked up the full load of the banking.
Yeah, we've heard guys say the cars are loose in. They're really difficult getting in the corner. But like I said, that first time he got behind Byron, he thought, wow, I've never seen that before.
Right there.
That time, now he says, wow, I think when I get behind somebody and turn under them, it's getting them loose.
And that one almost collected Ricky Stenhouse.
Yes, nearly got into it there. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven.
Reacting to
during the last couple of days, a lot of the drivers and their families stayed down here. Clint Boyer told us yesterday he took the bus over to Orlando to the theme parks with his family and with the Larson's family. And they spent extra to get that pass, that fast pass thing that allows you to skip all the lines. So here there's an hour and a half, a lot of people lined up for this one ride, and they all march up to the front of the line and get right in front of the people in line, the first to whom was Ryan Blaney. And Boyer's he's just trying to hide. He goes, oh, no. And Blaney sticks out his hand and goes, hey, Clint Boyer, big fan.
Very fun.
He likes to have fun and have a good time, and
he does.
And he's enjoying the life that he's living right now as a race car driver in the Cup Series.
Yep, he really
gets it. He really he connects with the fans. He's got a great personality. He's driving for Roger Penske. He's a member of that team. He gets it.
Well, let's see how Bernie, our computer predictor, is doing. Here's Bernie coming into the race. This was Bernie's top 5. Well, he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, well.
His top 2 are in the top 3. And his number 1 figures high in tonight's Ford Performance Track Facts.
Yep.
Dale Jarrett, only driver to win the Clash and the Daytona 500
That's
in the
kinda
same
crazy.
year twice.
That's really crazy.
1996 and 2000.
That's really cool.
Robert Yates Racing. And Brad Keselowski trying to equal that feat this week.
Mike, I've been down here a few times when I just knew if I had the car that could win this race if I didn't beat myself.
Well, those years where Dale Jarrett, that 88 car, Todd Parrott, they would come down here and they absolutely dominate everything. They were so fast.
Anything can happen.
Power.
Just great. Just Robert Yates,
There's
Doug,
2
that whole
duels in
crowd.
this one.
And Larry knows he worked with those
reacting
guys. They focus
to
hard on these restrictor
Nascar
plate
Daytona
tracks.
500, and then we end the video.
Getting ready for the restart. It'll be 9 laps to go
2
at
videos.
the line.
That's crazy.
Ford
Really
front
long.
row.
That's all the hours.
Logano, Blaney, Keselowski. Will they try to do the crossover
Here
and
we
line
go.
up as a threesome?
Yes, they will. And
Green flag.
McMurray will try to do the same thing to break them up.
9 laps to go, people.
Riding with Logano under green as he drops down to the inside. And here comes Jamie Mack.
Jamie Mack's just trying to clear the 12 lady, but wasn't quite there.
He would love to get down in front of these guys, but he just can't quite make it.
Now the big push from Newman's going to
Here we go.
probably
They're pushing.
get Keselowski clear.
They're doing really
McMurray.
good right now. Hope nothing really bad's happening in this race. Let's see.
See that push come to the back of Brad Keselowski's
One
car and all the
moving.
movement.
You're totaled.
As he pushes him, that back of that car is
One moving,
dancing
the
around
wreck
down the
can
back
happen.
straightaway.
Gosh, Jeff, these guys are acting like there's only 8 or 9 laps to go.
It
Wait a
is.
minute. Oh, there is 8 or 9 laps to go.
Yeah.
Bubba Wallace trying to give Jamie Mack some help on the high side.
He wants to take advantage of those 2 fresher tires that he has over the cars around him.
To go.
I've just been impressed with Bubba in this race. He has done an incredible job.
Let's see. There's a lot of good cars.
That pack got broken up quite a bit. We had some 3 wide in the back going into turn 1. We'll give Ricky Stenhouse credit for trying to make something happen and spoil the parade here. Watch that blue 17.
He can go anywhere he wants to. He's top, bottom, cuts underneath people. I mean, the car obviously is sticking really well.
Wow, his car's sticking really well. The others around him aren't sticking at all.
Not so good.
Especially when he's right up on their rear bumper.
Not so much.
Yep. Not so much with other cars and other NASCAR drivers. 7 laps to go, boys and girls,
full-time
ladies and gentlemen.
For King Richard Petty. Vince?
Well, and you guys noted that he got those right side tires. They also made an air pressure adjustment to snug that car up a little bit. And crew chief Drew Blickensdorfer said, I wanted to give you tires and that air pressure adjustment so you'd have the best stuff and give us a chance.
Here we go.
Well, I'd say he's got a chance. He's sitting right there in fifth. But remember, Bubba told me beforehand, he said, I didn't get to run much in the draft in practice. I want to make sure I get my fill of it tonight. I'd say he has.
A lot of good cars in this race.
And what kind of position he can finish with here in these closing laps.
3 Fords leading 3 Chevrolets.
That's really
then Suarez
good.
in the lone Toyota, then 3 more Fords.
I really believe that Jamie McMurray's having some handling issues here. He's always building a gap between him and the car in front of him, which tells me he just doesn't want to get too close. It's taking too much air off of his spoiler or off the car, and it's not handling well. When Bubba Wallace got right behind him, I thought they were going to get a big run down the back straightaway. It never materialized. Here it is again, some bump drafting, but I really don't think Jamie McMurray even wants it. Because every time he gets that push, he seems to back off or even maybe slow the car down a little bit. So, no, I'm good right here.
Jamie?
It's actually by design. Jamie McMurray just came on the radio and he said, guys, the car's pretty good. I can get to him. I just don't want to yet. So he's biding his time right now. So we haven't seen what the one has, Jeff.
That's some great strategy.
Wonder if Bubba knows that.
No, he doesn't. Based on what I just saw.
Bubba's kind of like I am. He's just excited about being where he is.
But if I'm McMurray, I'm calling to Bubba's spotter and saying, "Hey, tell Bubba Wallace that I'm waiting. If he wants to push me, he might want to go on by me. But if he can wait, we can make this move when it really counts."
You see what McMurray did right there. He's falling back off of those front three. He's trying to figure out how to get that run. How far back do I get to get that big run and get a push from Bubba to get by these guys?
David Gilliland checked at the infield care center and released. He is the 4th driver out of the race, joining William Byron, Jimmy Johnson, and Eric Almirola.
4 cars out.
So many times, like what happens, like if you're McMurray and you dive out to make that run, the guy behind you says, "Ooh, I don't think that's going to work," and he closes the door and leaves you hanging.
4 laps to go. Look at Stenhouse. That boy's the life of the party. He is going to make something happen. And no matter what else happens in this first duel race, he has probably gotten the most beneficial practice in these 60 laps.
You know what he's thinking? I'm down here and I can run that bottom, and if anything up there in front happens, I might have a shot.
Well, something might happen right here. Here's a couple that are going to go down the bottom, Kurt Busch. And if he can maybe latch on to them, they might be able to make something happen.
Kurt Busch, David Reagan.
Kurt Busch all the way up to 3rd with that move.
Big push
3 laps to go, boys. 3 laps to go.
And he's door to door with the 1 of Jamie McMurray. We listened into them.
I think we want to go till the white flag lap down the back for fear that unless everyone pulls out, I'm just scared you'll lose some ground. It's going to be like 2 corners. You get a chance. Yeah, simple. I agree.
Copy that.
Remember what happened in the clash? 22 went to the outside of the 12 to try to get up there and get the lead. That's what the 12 just paid back by trying to take the lead there. Crash on the back
Trying to jam it in there and bump draft. Pays the price.
It's a good race car that just got blown up.
Jammed it in there. The hole closed right up on Brad.
Yeah, I mean, look, I couldn't tell if he was trying to come up or if the
that was
one
in
car
3 laps to go. I knew that was eventually
issue.
going to get another caution.
That's what I say, Paul.
Not happy.
Jamie McMurray just closed that hole right up.
Yep.
That's absolutely the last thing you want to have happen in this duel. Especially when you have a car as good as Brad Keselowski. Here comes McMurray coming to the rear bumper. It looks like the 2 actually moves down a little bit for a split second, then thinks twice about it, but McMurray was there by then.
Yep, he was.
Now you'll see that close up from the Goodyear blimp.
Yep.
So great run here by McMurray. Now Keselowski's trying to figure out what to do with it. He almost thought about going to the 12, but he comes back up and McMurray filled that space and nowhere to go but up in the wall.
Wow.
The 88
that's
is so
a shame
surviving.
because that too is a great car.
Yep,
now they've got to go to a backup.
I was so surprised to see Blaney make that move with 3 to go on his teammate Logano. Yeah, you can see as he starts to come up, they hooked a little bit, and it made it even look worse as Keselowski turned into the outside.
Well, we saw Blaney do this very same thing in the clash.
Yeah, we did.
He tried to get the lead, and he pulled out a line, and nobody went with him. I think he still ended up 4th, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to run second. 38
and 17 behind. Outside with a run.
Ooh.
Keep coming straight ahead, straight ahead. You're good, you're good. Caution's out here. Up there, side by side. Everybody run out front. Inside. Half out front.
Good.
Well, Suarez has done some great maneuvering around some of these wrecks tonight.
Yep, he has.
A nice job right there too, guys. Up to 3rd place and a great move by him.
And that awesome view from our visor cam.
I think
heavy damage
there.
there. I can't imagine that they'll be able to fix that.
Nope, a lot of damage.
I don't know. He's gonna
here's Brad
might make it
Keselowski's
out
radio.
of the race.
Half in there, spotter. I'll have to go look at it. There was a big enough lane for McMurray to get there, and he went. I can see that. Just one of them deals. Sorry, guys.
You know, that communication is key, but you also have to understand a lot's happening in a short amount of time, and it's all the way on the back straightaway. These spotters do an amazing job.
They do.
But let's remember, they can't do it all.
They can't do it all at the
Joey Meyer,
same time.
one of the best spotters up there. He said he couldn't tell really what was going on.
With 5 laps to go?
Watch Bubba Wallace in the 43.
Did they just add 2 more laps?
To miss this.
Wait, they add 2 more laps? What? There was 3 laps to
I
go.
saw that starting to
I guess
materialize
every
in front
wreck
of him.
they will add
As
laps.
soon as
I
he
guess
saw the
I
back
don't
of
know
the
why.
2 come up and start to get turned, he just went left to avoid him. great that he has a car that's driving as good as it is, not just with those tires. I think they have a very good handling race.
I agree, Jeff. That thing has been right there all night.
Now we will go to overtime. I see Larry Mack's calculator burning up because Larry's been a long time since some of these cars came and got fuel.
Well, when you look at Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, and Ryan Newman, they have not been to pit road since lap 11, Mike. They did not want to see this overtime. But let me say this. Since they pitted, we're going to be close to 15 caution laps, and that buys you a lot of fuel, so I think they're okay for at least this one overtime.
Well, we know one thing, the 43 is because he came in and got a little fuel and tires, so if fuel became an issue, Bubba, again, is in the driver's seat.
Larry, let's review the rules for NASCAR Overtime 2018.
All right, so we're going to go back racing with 2 to go.
That's good.
And
really
as long as the leader gets back to the white flag, has to get back to the white flag, then it's official race.
Yep.
No more overtime line.
No, thank the Lord.
Amen. Amen.
Finally,
the leader takes the white flag under green. The next flag ends the race, yellow or checker.
Science project over with.
Finally, they changed the rules.
Green next time by.
Yep. Green next time by.
Jamie McMurray back to pit road. He had a bit of damage from that.
True blinking circle right there above his crew chief. He's got to be pretty excited about what they've been doing tonight.
How excited do you think these guys are watching this race that are getting ready to go do this in Duel 2?
Duel 2.
I think most of them are saying, I don't bet it's 17 in our race.
Well, it was a long time ago, but let's review. Let's see. Bernie, our computer, I think is in the garage. But here are our picks.
I'm out.
I'm out.
W's out.
I'm out.
Yep.
Joy, still in it.
Yeah.
Larry Mack, you looking pretty good there, Larry Mack.
Wait a minute. I want excitement points. This race pays 10 points to win. Championship points. I want excitement points.
Wow.
For tonight.
Mike Joy has a bulldog. What he got? That's 17 car.
And it's not really, he's not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
He's basically driving his own race, doing his own thing. It's just not working out well
move.
for others.
I told you guys. One move.
No.
And it's car can go.
He's just not playing well with others.
Car will be totaled.
He'll restart
one move. Car to crash.
Logano up front, 2 Fords, then 2 Chevys, Newman and Wallace.
Overtime.
Then the Ford of Kurt Busch, the Toyota of Suarez, Fords for Reagan and Stenhouse.
Time.
And the whole fleet of Chevys behind.
Time.
I think it's
Let's
it's
go.
game on here, guys. I don't know if this orchestra. I don't know if the
Overtime
12
is
let
here.
the 22 down this time.
After what we just saw, as the 12 of Blaney went to the outside or the inside of Logano to try to take the lead, I agree. It's every driver for himself right now.
Yep,
All
it
about
is.
who's going to win this one.
Here we go. Pace car goes in. Boogity, boogity,
like
boogity.
I mean, you know,
Let's
teammates,
go
but
racing
man, Blake wants to
again.
win this thing.
In overtime.
Green flag in overtime.
Yep. Green flag in overtime, boys and girls.
And best friends, Blaney and Wallace are nose to tail for the lead.
Yep.
Who would have ever thought that?
We're about
Blaney
to
and
find
Wallace?
Maybe, yeah.
We're about to find out how good of friends they really are.
Oh,
It's
baby.
gonna be a wreck.
Oh, Bubba got it pushed up the hill a little bit right there.
Yep.
Almost got into the 22.
And Blaney goes up to cover his teammate, Logano.
Yeah, that's Blaney now has to keep his eye on his mirror and just work each lane. His spotter's going to be talking to him, telling him where the push is coming.
No wreck, no wreck. No wreck
See
yet.
Stenhouse get to the outside of Suarez, going to make it 3 wide.
There's a lot of bump drafting in the backstretch.
Where's the 17 at? He's back in here.
3 wide.
Yeah, here you go.
All right, the white flag waves. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Here we go. Let's see wreck. No wreck yet.
Ryan Blaney with a 2nd place finish at Daytona. Looking for his first
Joey's got no help.
Speed Week.
41 of Busch just got to his left rear.
Yeah.
I think Bubba's going to take the lead going down. This is going to be very interesting.
Well, Bubba's going to need a little bit of help. If the 41 can get up and get past the 22, which I just don't think is going to, they're going to be side by side. But here comes Stenhouse on the outside.
Of course.
He finally went to the outside, been on the bottom all night. He said, let me try the outside a while.
Here they come off turn number 4. It's the best friends 150, Blaney and Bubba.
Wow.
Logano trying to spoil it.
Oh.
Ryan Blaney for Team Penske.
Oh, look, there.
Logano got him. Oh, he got him at the line.
Well, that was a real lesson right there for Bubba to know that he's got to block that move before it ever gets there.
Are you kidding? He's got to be elated, man. This is, you know, he's in the Cup Series. He just ran third in the qualifying race.
He did an awesome job.
What a job!
He did.
And so did this guy, Ryan Blaney.
And what about Stenhouse? He worked there all night long and came in fourth.
That's the lineup of Bernie.
Yeah.
Wonder if Clint Boyer will go up to Blaney and go, big fan.
Yeah.
I am going to when I get a chance.
How about that?
That is beautiful. That kid he didn't want to run second in the Clash last week, and he didn't want to run second tonight. He wanted to win.
Yep, he did.
So let's take a look at tonight's clean pass presented by Tide. And it will be the pass at the line for second place. Here comes Logano on the outside of Bubba Wallace.
Bubba tried to block him, but he didn't do a good enough job.
And I really thought Logano didn't have a shot at getting there. Look, this is coming off of turn 4. Look at this huge run that he gets. I'm sure Bubba thought,
he thought about
he's going to get there.
He thought about it. I think Bubba said, I'll just take whatever I get out of this one.
Blaney's previous best in a duel was third in 2016. There by about 5 feet, Joey Logano gets second. From Wallace with Stenhouse fourth. I don't think we're going to see burnouts because, after all, you need this car for Sunday.
Top 4 guys, all under 30 years old.
Well, I'm going to pay more attention to Bernie in race 2 because Bernie, our computer, got 4 of the top 6. Well done.
Good job, Bernie. We're actually doing 2 videos in this video. This is going to be a really long video. Can we just skip that long part?
With Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers in the battle for number 2 in this race. Joey Logano in his Penske Ford just getting ahead of Bubba Wallace in the Richard Petty Chevrolet.
Nothing feels better, Chris, than just conversing with your peers right after the race. They battled it out tight. Watch how close this finish was between these two.
Ryan Blaney, your winner, and he crosses the finish line, and there it is. Wow, that's close, and Vince is standing by. Vince Welch with Bubba.
Well, before the race, you told me you just wanted to get some good drafting experience. I'd say you got that. You darn near won the thing. What's going through your mind there at the end?
No, that was good. You know, I looked at myself. I kind of stepped back during the race. For some reason, I have that mentality now to feel how calm I was. The whole time I was pretty calm, except for that first wreck. I wasn't ready for that one. That one got my attention. But we were just biding our time there. Got to the top and rode. And I know I said in previous interviews that I didn't want to do that, but that's the nature of the beast right now. So, but no, a good day for our click and close team. Our Chevy Camaro 01 was pretty stout all night long, I believe. I'm still learning all the ropes and everything. And I think the biggest challenge for me there at the end was obviously push Blaney out. You're welcome, bud. But then keep the 41 behind me. So he was pretty aggressive and just trying to learn as much as I can. So I feel like I did okay there, and a little late moving up in front of the 22, but it's okay. 7th is a lot better than 25th. So proud of my guys, proud of the effort, and it goes all the way back to the shop for these cars, and you know, that just shows how pumped up we are for the season.
Okay, indeed. 3rd place for Bubba Wallace. Matt?
Logano and Wallace certainly had the fun meter pegged. Did you learn how you have to adjust maybe when you make that run, that move at the end?
Yeah, I was surprised. You know, when Blaney went to pass me, it was the same move he did when he tried to pass Brad in the Clash, and was pretty sure he wasn't going to make that move again. And I thought I was in a good spot with Brad behind me on that backstretch, and I thought, man, we're going to be in a good spot to get back to the lead. And then they wadded him up behind me. Same thing as the Clash. They always wadded him up behind me. And I lost my run, and that was about the 100 feet that I didn't lead this whole race, and it gave Blaney the control at the restart. And I had the 2 best friends on the bottom lane there. They might as well be teammates for crying out loud. And so that kind of hurt my run up top. I couldn't get the 31 to get close enough to me, and then just got a good enough push to get back to second. But I don't know, 2 seconds so far. One end of it, it's okay, and the other end, second, really just sucks sometimes. But maybe I got 2 Penske cars so far, and maybe we'll win the most important one on Sunday with the Shell Penzo Ford.
There you go. Let's go to Jamie with one of the BFFs.
24-year-old Ryan Blaney with a brand new team, and Team Penske gets that first victory. Everybody's talking about you and your BFF, as we say, Bubba. He said, "You're welcome for the push to you." How much fun was that battling? I think you guys even talked about it in the press conference this week.
No, first of all, I got to thank everybody back here. And that was a little weird. There's no water being sprayed. It was very, kind of unenthusiastic. But, I saw he was third, and I figured he'd give me a good push. And he did. He did a great job all race. I saw him. And, he did a great job. But I can't thank everybody from Menards and Peak enough for giving me a really fast race car. I thought our cars in the Clash and tonight have been really, really good. So
they have.
Austin and we have amazing speed. Hopefully we can bring it home on Sunday.
And John Menard in victory lane. How much confidence does this give you, though? I mean, it's you and your crew chief. You're still together, but a new team looking forward to Sunday.
Well, it's nice to get the year started off well. Obviously it's not the 500.
Good for you.
You never know what can happen on Sunday, but we came close in the Clash, and I didn't make a good move and kind of lost that race.
I
felt like
I
learned a little bit, and I thought about that forever, and I thought we learned a little bit from our mistakes, but
this one will be
it's so
one.
nice,
The next
bring
video
the 12 car back and get into victory lane. Hopefully
We're doing
we can
3
make
videos
it,
in one.
Another one here on Sunday. That'd be the one that counts.
I would say Ryan Blaney in this 12 car is one to watch on Sunday, Chris.
Yeah, Jamie, and he was second in last year's Daytona 500, and he started last, worked his way all the way up. Remember, we had 4 different leaders in the last 4 laps. So that was last year. You heard him talk already, thinking about Sunday on Fox, the great American race. Where did Blaney win this? He only led 6 laps.
Well, I think, like he said, he learned from his mistake that he thought he made on Thursday, or excuse me, last week in the Clash. So he moved his move up sooner. He with 2 to go, he decided he would take a shot at the lead. I think a lot of the competitors, Chris, were frustrated no one went until the last lap, giving them a chance to win. Check out this restart. He powers it down. He's got Bubba Wallace right behind him. Right now, he's got the world by the tail.
And right now, Ford, it seems to be, and Jeff Gordon said on our pre-race show, I can see them kind of ganging up on people and controlling things. We thought we saw that. Logano thought he saw one thing, but Blaney made his move when he had to. Will we see something like that on Sunday?
Yeah, I think we learned so much from the Clash. Just waiting around to the last lap, you can't win that way. So Blaney moved his move up a lap to try to give himself a better chance to win. Got the group all mixed up, and he was able to power away. So great lesson from the Clash. He applied it tonight. How will it look on Sunday for the Daytona 500?
And had to work overtime. We went to overtime in the first. We have another dual race coming up. By the way, Blaney to start the week, 20-1 odds for the Daytona 500.
That is.
That could change. We'll have
then the Daytona 500, we're going to do today as well in this video. 2 videos, I can't believe it. Then 1 video in the next video, 3 videos, and 1 in the next video after this. After that one. Means we take a, that's going to be crazy. And also after that, we're going to do 2. Then 1. Then probably 2 again. We don't know yet. Until we get we already know there's going to be 1 in the next video and 3 in the next video. For that. That's going to be good. Let's see. Any good teams right now? Let's just skip this because this takes so long.
It's the king with his rookie, Bubba Wallace, who will start 7th in his first ever Daytona 500 on Sunday. We just completed the first Can-Am duel, the second one coming up, and as we run through the finishing order, the success. Remember, the Fords in the Clash claimed the top 4 spots overall. And Michael, here we had 8 cars involved in crashes, and Jimmy Johnson, Eric Almirola, Brad Keselowski in backup cars for Sunday's Great American Race.
And I think we thought maybe that could be a possibility, Chris, because these cars are difficult to drive. They're moving around quite a lot. So loose, out of control, in a tight pack, you're going to have some accidents, and we saw that tonight in the first duel.
There's your winner, Ryan Blaney, and a great finish for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's standing by with Matt Yoakum.
Stenhouse at 17 looked like an animal just maneuvering at will. Were you surprised, though, at how aero-sensitive, or is that a trend we're seeing when we saw the incidents with the 24 and 92?
Yeah, I think it's really something I knew going in. Larson got me real loose in the Clash when we were going into turn 1, so I knew kind of how sensitive that was, but you can really pull a car back like that and get some huge runs. And so I was trying to time it where I could pull them back and slide up in front of them. And, you know, it's the cars that are loose are just hard to hang on to. I felt like our Fast Enough Ford drove really, really well, and I was being aggressive, trying to give the fans at home something to watch, so instead of just riding around in the top lane, but I thought we showed exactly what our Fast and All Ford had in it, and you know, I'm really looking forward to Sunday's race and you're watching this second duel, but I do want to say we're thinking about everybody there in Parkland, Florida. The tragedy that went on there at the school. We're thinking about you. Hope that y'all can keep pulling through, and we'll race hard for you on Sunday. Thanks, Ricky. Chris?
All right, thank you. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won 2 of the last 3 restrictor plate races. We'll see him in one on Sunday.
Here we
we'll
go.
Continue here in a moment.
Let me just wait. Let me guess. Yeah. Yeah, they froze again.
Just keep typing on.
Here we go, right here. Oh, are those his pictures? That's gotta be, right? Oh, there, Kyle Busch. There's some good drivers. Next picture. Yeah. Let's see what Bernie can do. See who's gonna win the second duel.
It's all right, we'll just keep typing on.
What about before that?
Yeah. That's right. Yep.
Kyle Busch with Brexton getting ready to roll. We're going to see him in just a few moments. Denny Hamlin is on the pole for the second Can-Am duel. And there is Chase Elliott with Mr. H, Rick Hendrick. Let's check in with Vince Welch.
To the 4.
Let's check in with Vince Welch.
Kevin Harvick getting ready to climb in. What did you learn in watching that first race and what you might be able to apply or avoid here in this one?
Yeah, well, you know, obviously we all knew that handling was going to be a little bit of an issue, or a lot of an issue, more than we expected. But, you know, sucking cars around and spinning them out just on their own is probably a little further than we thought. So definitely looks like, you know, you want to be in the top lane, but we'll do the best we can with our Jimmy John's Ford and try to get a good finish and get some points and go from there.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, it is.
Toyotas, the first 3 spots, what do you expect starting in this Can-Am duel to wrap up the night?
There was a lot of concern and confusion about what we might see in that first race, Chris, and I think we saw more action than we thought we would. Those drivers now, Denny Hamlin, Harvick, they're versed, they understand the challenges with the cars. I think it'll be a calmer race. At least I hope so anyway.
Yeah, we saw Chase Elliott.
You know what? They should add a NASCAR air conditioning in their helmet.
For the Daytona 500, we saw his plan right away in the first duel was
air
to slide back,
in the
stay out
suit,
of trouble
adding
as
fans.
a number of other drivers caught up.
Adding air conditioning in
Kyle
the
Busch ready to roll, so let's take you
helmet
back down trackside.
Here
to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome Grand Marshal, Senior Vice President of Global Brands and Communication for Can-Am, and
they should have air conditioning in the car.
Drivers, start your engines!
But make the cars more cooler. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. One half.
All right, the engines, maybe they're not quite
500
ready. She was ready. If she was in a car, she would turn and start the engine. And I know upstairs they're ready to start their engines. Based on, Mike, on what you saw with Michael here in that first Can-Am duel, going to be very different, a little more cautious. What do you expect in the second one?
Well, that's the tradition here, Chris, is if the first one is wild, the second one's pretty tame. I just spun out standing here. Darrell didn't even hit me. we didn't even make contact. And that is what Jeff is so perplexing about what we just saw is that these cars are so sensitive to cars changing lane and arrow. So if you were in this race, how would you approach it after what you just saw?
So Denny Hamlin made a comment, it was interesting, after qualifying the other day. He said, I didn't even think we were going to be on the front row because we brought a car, or we went into qualifying with a car that was really set up to race. So I'm curious to see what the Toyotas do in this race. Now, the winner came from 6th position on backs. I think Blaney was 8th, Logano was 6th, and Bubba Wallace was even further back than that. So I'm wondering if those cars in this race are more set up with some downforce, with some grip, with a car that's going to drive a little bit better, if they're going to have a little bit more success at handling in the second duel.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah.
Now, this will set the outside lane for the Daytona 500 starting row. It was Team Hendrick against Team Penske in row 1. Three of the four Joe Gibbs Toyotas and the alliance with Martin Truex, the defending series champion, they're in this race.
Yeah, it looks like a Toyota race with all the Toyotas in this race. But, Mike, you can learn a lot watching these things on TV.
Yep,
and I think the guys that are in this race watched what happened in the first 150-miler. I think the crew chief, the driver, and everybody got a better idea about what to do to these cars to make them handle a little bit better, because that was the issue in the first 150. Some of the cars handled well, and they ran up front, and some of the others were loose, and it didn't take just a little air movement to spin them out. So I hope these guys made the right adjustments. I think they did.
Well, like the cars in the first race, the teams haven't been able to touch them since Sunday qualifying. Aaron Rodgers up on Danica Patrick's pit box for this second duel as we set the Daytona 500 field.
That's some good music right there. Let's see what's gonna happen in this duel. I wanted to add, wait, these cars? Is it right here? We're gonna put it right here, okay, for you guys. Like, yeah, in the next video I might just maybe not use a face cam for these reaction videos, because look, take too much room. Means in the gaming videos we will have this, okay?
Alright, you ready to go start 2018?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Bring it back to me just like this. I know. I'm gonna work on that.
Absolutely nothing that air control can do.
Yeah, I'm pretty bummed out about it for sure. That was not the way I had tonight envisioned.
Not good. Is this? There we go. The 2020, the 2018 NASCAR. Second race at 2 duel races. We're gonna say two NASCAR duel 1 and 2. Let me guess. Commercial? No, it's not a commercial. There it is. Yeah, let's get.
Tonight you have the best seat in the house.
Yep.
Here's the battle to race in.
All or nothing right now.
Green
flag. Boys and girls.
Duels are so much fun.
And they're racing like the whole year is on the line.
Yep, it is on the line.
Be the car to beat.
See you. Don't want to be you.
Duel 2, boys. There.
Same song, second verse. It's duel number 2 of the Can-Am Duel at Daytona on FS1. Denny Hamlin was the second fastest qualifier on Sunday. He gets the pole, shares the front row with teammate Kyle Busch in Joe Gibbs Toyotas. Eric Jones is new to the Joe Gibbs team, his Toyota, and Kevin Harvick's Ford in row 2. Chase Elliott is the first Chevrolet in this group, and Paul Menard, new to the Wood Brothers team in a Ford.
Let's go.
Austin Dillon, Chevrolet, and Clint Boyer's Ford in row 4. Casey Kane with a new team this year, still in a Chevrolet, and Trevor Baines, Roush Ford. Kyle Larson for Chip Ganassi and Michael McDowell, new to the 34 this year. Series champ Martin Truex. And in her final NASCAR race, Danica Patrick today and Sunday's 500 will cap her NASCAR career. A.J. Allmendinger and Matt DiBenedetto in the 8th row. Canadian DJ Kennington and Georgian Mark Thompson in row 9. Corey LaJoy and Ray Galding round out the starting lineup.
Say we dial up the number 9 of Chase Elliott. Hey Chase, this is Jeff up in the FS1 booth. You got me?
That's a cool paint team. I like that one.
Man, where'd all your teammates go? They were all lined up in that duel, that first duel. Now you're kind of the lone Hendrick car. After watching that first duel, what are you going to have to do? What do you expect to win and to be able to win this race?
Yeah, we're on our own. this one for sure, but I just think try to stay up towards the front. I think we saw track position was king in that last race. Try to put yourself in a good position to, be on offense at the end of this thing. So we'll see.
And after this reaction video,
we're
not
looking at your
another
windshield.
one.
Can you see through that? Looks like there's some condensation's been built up on it.
Yeah, I had to turn my non-existent defrost button on. It's getting there.
All right, well, let's hope it's clear, ready to go. I know you're going to want to see out that front windshield for this race. We're looking forward to seeing you out there, and great to see you back in that number 9.
Yeah, man, looks good. Thanks, guys.
They can't really see when they hit the smoke.
Back down to our fearless foursome on pit road, Jamie.
Well, Austin Dillon was pleasantly surprised by the performance of his car in the Clash. He finished 5th on Sunday, but he told me a little while ago that he feels like he could do a better job. He needs to switch lanes, and he needs to be more aggressive. He went back and watched that video of that race earlier, and he said, watch out, our backup car is good, so I am going for it tonight. I want the win. Matt Yoakum?
Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens, they've got their teammates surrounding them.
Yep.
The biggest thing they noticed from the first duel is really when will that caution fall? That's going to dictate whether you take tires or just fuel only. Kyle won this event 5 years ago. They feel like the race early on is going to be to see who can get to the high line first.
Who's going to win Duel 2?
Kyle Larson likes a loose race car. Everybody knows that. But he told me earlier in the week at Disney World that his car on Sunday in the Clash was extremely loose even for him. Worst news for him yet is that Chad Johnson told me earlier today this car for tonight is set up very similar to that car. The good news is they know how to fix it. The bad news is they can't do it until tomorrow because of the impound. Look for Kyle Larson to be elbows up all night long tonight.
Yep.
Vince?
Well, for defending series champion Martin Truex Jr., his team views this as an exercise.
Yeah,
they didn't get a lot of opportunity to practice in the draft during practice because they don't want to risk it. Did run in the Clash, but they look forward to getting some more drafting opportunities tonight. And crew chief Cole Pern told me anytime you get to do a live pit stop under these new rules, you want to take advantage of that as well. And oh yeah, there are points available, and we know when there's points on the line, the 78 always going for them. Larry Mack.
Vince, as a crew chief, I always like being in the second duel. That way I could see what unfolded in that first duel. The two things I learned, I'm going to have to be pretty aggressive with changes on that race car to get it tightened up. And the other thing, and we saw it in the Clash on Sunday, you still won't track position.
You will
I think
want
possibly
track
the winner of this race,
here.
only one trip to pit road. Let's take a look at their race analysis for this second duel. Same thing, 60 laps, 150 miles, pit road speed 55 miles per hour, and there's that fuel window, 46 to 48 laps. Let's take a look at what the weather has done since the start of Duel 1. Stayed about the same as far as air temp, but look at the track temp. It has cooled down over 10 degrees. That means these cars will have more grip, Mike.
Yep, they will.
Thanks, Larry. There they are. 20 cars for Duel 1 to set the outside lane of the 500 field. Well, are we feeling the burn? Bernie got, our computer got 4 out of the top 6. And here is Bernie's pick for Duel 2.
That's really good.
Nothing like the low-hanging fruit up front.
I don't see any of my picks on Bernie's list. I feel like I might be in a little trouble.
I think Mr. Bernie has become the obvious leader.
Yeah.
So I went with Chase Elliott. I really like some of the moves he was making on Sunday.
Bernie's like a pro at this.
I like the 20 car Eric Jones. He told me this is the first time in 2 years that he's had the same crew chief. I like Eric Jones in that 20 car. He's going to have a great year.
Hey, if Cuckoo Marlin and Robbie Gordon can win the duel, why not Paul Menard? The Wood brothers always have a fast car here. I like a dark horse.
Guys, this is like weekend at Bernie's, and Bernie's driving a Ford, and the Ford will win this second duel. It's going to be Mr. Where Did He Come From? Kevin Harvick in that.
The closer.
We're all over the map with this deal.
Nobody. Oh, you picked a Toyota.
Yeah, I got Jones. I like him.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Toyotas, the 2018 Toyota Camry XSE leads the field, lights out atop the safety car, so we'll look for green this time by. And we listened in on Danica Patrick starting 14th.
Let's just have a smooth night, guys. We'll just kind of feel it out. It's like practice here. We're going to have a race hard practice, but, let's just dial the car in and be smart.
Reunited with her longtime sponsor and racing for Premium Motorsports. That's Tommy Baldwin's number 7 on the side of that car.
Tony Uri Jr., the crew chief. That's good to see him in the garage.
You can tell by her voice, she's embracing and enjoying this last ride, this moment, and you can almost sense some leadership, you know, in Danica Patrick's voice there, and some confidence. I'm anxious to see how this night and Sunday goes for her.
Yeah, I just think she's not feeling pressure. I don't think she's under pressure like she has been in the past.
Here we go.
Cleaning off the tires. Another 500 feet. The pace car will turn left. There it goes, and the field addresses itself to the starting line.
Here we go.
60 laps, 150
boogity,
miles.
boogity. Let's go racing for Duel 2.
Probably going to see something very similar to what we saw before with Joey Logano, and there he goes.
Anything can happen.
Down to that inside lane to pick up his 2 teammates.
And Kevin Harvick on the outside has no friends.
He's got
one. He's got Menard.
He's got Menard back there. Yep. And there's
actually, and then he has his teammate
Boyer back there. So yeah, he'll get some help down the back here.
And then Trevor Bayne, 4 Fords on the outside of those 3 Toyotas, which now move to the high side and not now front on the inside is the Chevy. Chase Elliott with Austin Dillon and Casey Kane.
It's kind of fun to see that 9 car out there with Chase Elliott driving. It brings back so many memories to me with Bill Elliott and the family number. I just think that's a great move by Rick Hendrick and that crowd.
They also have Kyle Larson, 4 Chevrolets. Elliott to the high side.
Slams the door. Eric Jones moves up, sees that move coming.
Bold move.
Man, that 3 car he is bottoming out big time. That's like the track bar, the quarter panels, and maybe this fuel cell. I'm not sure.
Let's see that outside line really gaining the momentum back.
And notice how that 3 car is kind of moving around quite a bit. I think that thing is so low in the back that they're going to have to wait for the pressure to come up for that thing to settle down.
Let's see what happened in this race,
drop it back for Denny Hamlin, like we saw with
we
Alex Bowman in that
happen.
first duel. He's out there leading the pack.
Anything could happen
see how comfortable he is if he gets shuffled back behind some
every
cars.
sport,
Jeff, he said he was shocked that the car qualified as fast as it did because they were in race trim. They just taped her up, got her ready to qualify, and qualified on the outside pole.
We have one new record already set tonight. Most laps led in a dual race. Joey Logano with 56. So
That's
Denny
really
Hamlin
good.
has his nose in the wind, Michael.
And shocked is how you would describe Denny Hamlin after that qualifying run last Sunday. He couldn't believe how much speed his 11 car has in it because just like you said, DW, he's set up to race. The opposite of Alex Bowman, who got the pole. He couldn't compete in his duel because his car wasn't set up to do so. Denny's ready to rumble.
Hamlin won this race last year.
Yeah, he did.
I like Hamlin's attitude this year. He comes in here loose, and he said he wants to enjoy himself and have some fun. That's when a driver is at his best.
Let's see what happens in this race, and I hope there's a good winner. Like, whoever wins this race, it's got to be a good driver. A really experienced driver.
Now it's dropped in line 16th.
Yeah, I just don't think that car was very happy, at least not on the start here.
And when we see these cars get single file like this, the big factor in those
the
first
40.
3, when you have teammates, those 3 Toyotas that are lined up, willing to work with one another, run that high line, makes it so difficult for the 4th place, 5th place, 6th place car. They all would have to work together to team up against those 3. That's going to be tough to do because there aren't a lot of teammates out there that are working together nose and tail.
Is it any different from when the 3 Penske Fords were out front of the first
Very
race?
similar. Almost exactly the same.
The same in what we see in this race. These guys all went right to the top. I mean, we saw some racing, early in the first qualifying race. This time, these guys all went to the race top, got single file, and here we go.
Now, I would expect a lot more give and take in this race, given what we saw in race 1.
Yeah, I'm thinking every crew chief is saying, hey, man, the 2 cars just tore his car. The 48 got his car torn up. Come on, man. Let's keep our car in one piece.
Yeah.
You heard what Kevin
That's
Harvick
impossible.
said. He said, boy, it's been a long time since I've seen a car just spin out just because a car was trying to pass it. So that right there in itself is going to make these drivers be a little bit more aware of what's going on.
And to Darrell's point, 5 teams
he is
that were in
correct
race
about
1
that.
have already announced they'll have to go to a backup car for Sunday's 500.
And that's huge. I mean, I know it doesn't take them. It doesn't mean they're not going to win the race. Doesn't mean they're not going to have a chance. But it just puts a lot of pressure on the teams to get another car ready.
Saw Truex peek out there, tried to go the inside line like we saw Stenhouse doing so often in that first duel.
Yep.
Here he goes again. He's going to side draft off the 34.
That's something that the drivers all say.
I did it again.
That you can really get a run and keep on going and make a pass.
With the side draft.
But again, just like we saw in Duel 1, unless there's a group of cars either in front of him or behind him, do you see how aggressive Truex was getting back up in the line? The car almost stepped out from underneath him.
That would have been bad. That would cause a wreck.
A move from 5th place, Harvick.
Yeah, 4th place actually of Chase Elliott. Going back to 5th as Harvick made a move but didn't quite complete it.
Yeah.
No, he couldn't pull up in front of Chaser. Just wasn't quite enough room for the 4 to get in front of the 9 right there. A little too close.
Yeah, but fortunately has his teammate
this is going to be some fun because the action videos will not normal
down
camera.
The inside again.
Yeah, Harvick likes that low line. He thinks he can make this move
Gaming
and make
videos,
it stick.
camera.
And he's got a bit of a buffer there by having his teammate Boyer behind him.
Yeah, he knows Boyer will give him a break and let him in, so that's a little insurance policy there.
The camera is blocking some of the text, and sometimes blocking some of the cars.
Believe it or
now
not,
Bernard to the bottom.
If you drag the brake a little bit, it's amazing
Bernard
the
to the
amount
bottom,
of momentum
guys.
you lose, and to open the door to let somebody in.
A pretty nice line forming on this inside, led by Paul Menard.
But the next video is not a reaction video.
A couple others want to jump down
it's a
there.
gaming video.
Actually, there they go.
After that.
Harvick had to go all the way to the bottom because Chase Elliott also came down at the same time. A push from Austin Dillon to Martin Truex. I think could work its way all the way to the front of that.
No, he's not. That gap closes up by Chase Elliott. This is going to leave Harvick out. I don't know if there's anything his teammate can do. Just like you said, DW and Mike, sometimes you just can't hold that gap open long enough for your teammate.
Yep, finally getting pushed. The 4 Kevin Harvick is. I think Dan Hammond might win this. That's my prediction.
Thought he could clear Chase Elliott,
and now it might cost him a lot of position. I think he might have it.
I like the way Menard jumped out there.
Dan Hammond or Kyle Busch might win this duel, I think. That's a Hammond.
Little trash on the grill of the 11.
Where's the trash heat
Well, the leader cleans the track for everybody. We saw that Sunday in the Clash.
Yeah. This line is starting to form pretty good with Paul Menard. He's going to get all the way up, possibly alongside the 18 of Kyle Busch.
I think that Menard kid's going to have a pretty good year in that 21 car.
Oh, Kyle moves down the block, but cannot make that move stick.
And here come the Fords.
Harvick is saying to Paul Menard, thank you very much. Thanks for the work, helping me out here, buddy.
Hamlin leaving his teammate to go to the bottom and hold off that foursome of Fords. Then Truex in a Toyota, Dillon in a Chevrolet.
Ooh, there's some nervous cars back in there. Moving around a lot.
Andy Benedetto.
Those Fords are strong. That was a serious power move and very impressive by Paul Menard being able to grab those other Fords and work together to get all the way up to second place.
Well, that 21 car, I mean, we know how that's a fast car.
It
has been on these super speedways for a long time. And I think Paul Menard's going to have the best chance he's ever had to show what kind of driver he is.
I love Harvick. He's not content. He doesn't want to be in third. He wants to be in first.
Yes, he does.
Went up top to pick up the draft from Hamlin. Now he comes down to pick up the 4 of Harvick.
Let's see. There we go.
Back again with the leader.
Menard's doing a pretty good job of going from one lane to the other, whichever lane's got the push. He wants to jump up in that lane, doing a pretty good job of that. Going to take a good solid look here under the 11 car.
Yeah, he's almost there.
He's probably going to wreck.
He's there.
Maybe not yet.
Hamlin pretty good. Hamlin put a block on him.
On the racetrack. One more on the racetrack. Thank you.
What are we talking about? One more on the racetrack?
11 complete.
Chase Elliott pushing the issue with Eric Jones.
Oh, Jones around.
Just like we saw in Duel 1 with Stenhouse.
Yep, same thing.
Wreck, caution.
Patrick Schumacher, Kyle Larson is in it.
Larson, minimum damage. Oh, no, his left foot's tore up.
You know, anytime there's a rule
the 32's out of it.
Jeff, there are unintended consequences. And these cars get loose when somebody gets alongside of them like that is an unintended consequence.
We saw Chase Elliott. He started to push the issue. He saw an opening, and he started to go for it. But then he backed out. And as he backed out, and they came off the corner and, it flattened out, it's just spun the 20 of Eric Jones. So here you can see Chase Elliott side drafted in the 78. He goes for a move, and he says, no, I'm not quite ready to make that move. But he stays right there on that crucial part of the quarter panel. And that air...
There goes the air.
Was packing up on that left rear as Eric Jones came off the banking, spun him right around.
I went to the other driver.
I don't think that Jones ever hit anything.
You could see Jones gets a little
contact
loose
right there. You saw that right front tire spoke a little bit.
Ooh, wait, there's the contact.
Tough break for the 32 at DiBenedetto. Go Fast Racing, one of the sport's smaller teams. Caught up in that one.
Annika did a great job making it through.
Yep, she did. Let's see what happened.
No, he was sideways the whole time.
Yeah.
Well,
different perspectives.
That was Chase Elliott's view.
Yeah.
Here's another look.
There's a little bit of spark that comes out from under that 20 car.
They almost make a little bit of contact right there, and that got Eric Jones' attention. It stepped out slightly on him. He gathers it back up, but by packing that air from the right front fender, that's what spins him around.
That would have been so close hitting Chase
Chase Elliott. It looked like a little tire rub off Chase's car, but
I saw a little sparks come out from under the 20 car.
Yeah, no contact there.
Because you
can just see it start to come around.
It's just loose.
It's just loose, people.
It just looked like all air right there.
Once again, no contact.
No contact.
Boy, DiBenedetto took a hard shot into the wall, as did Kyle Larson. Regan?
Yeah, Trevor Bayne getting ready to come into this pit stall here. Their plan is to take 4 tires and fuel. His race car is just a little bit free as he comes into the box. Hits his sparks, and the guys get the service started. No, they're going to go no tires. Jamie.
Paul Menard making his 400 start, and it's with the Wood Brothers. Fuel only is the call. Greg Irwin with the call. Matt?
Easy in for Denny Hamlin. Not to spot the tires. Fuel only for the 11 and the 4. Kevin Harvick said his car was just too free on the bottom, especially with someone on the outside of him.
He is right about that.
Kevin Harvick out first. Gets track position from Denny Hamlin on the pit stop. We are under caution for this.
That's the first caution of the day. Taking out one driver, I think. Did they take out one driver? Probably
the 4 car looked like he was fast.
Yep. They cut him off! Yeah, the 42. Yep, now let's look at that right there. They're doing the replay. Yeah. 32 cars done. He totaled. The first race takes out what? How many cars? 1. And in the second race in the duel takes out 1 car. I meant to say. Take 1 car out of this race. Now let's wait. The cars, right? Yeah, those are the truck or cars. This car? Truck. Those are the trucks. Here we go. We might bring back this is gonna be fun. We're bringing back some other future, some new videos might be coming soon. There are some people bidding, that's good. Who's gonna be the next one to get in the crash? Who's gonna be all the cars taken out? 1 car probably gone out. 1 car's out of this race. Means how many more will be out of this race? Imagine it's carnage. There's always gonna be carnage. Probably. Maybe. We never know. With this rate. With this rating. Yep, there's still. I think that's the. Now we just wait here until they go. Until they start talking. maybe I will not be talking in the Daytona 500. Be talking yes in the Daytona 500. Maybe not yes, because there might be more wrecks. I might talk a little bit yes, because in the duels you have to talk more because what's going on.
All right, you ready to go start 2018?
Yes, yeah. Sir. Yes, sir.
Bring it back to me just like this. I know.
Nah, that's not good.
I'm gonna work on that. Absolutely nothing that Eric
You can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm okay. Pretty bummed out about it for sure. Yeah. That was not the way I had tonight envisioned.
Yep, he's out.
Eric Almirola and Tony Stewart's plan did not come to fruition.
Yep.
And nor did it for Eric Jones. Chase Elliott getting close enough that the air turns Jones' car. Kyle Larson and Matt DiBenedetto into the wall as a result.
There goes Matt DiBenedetto.
That guy's right at that transition off the banking on the straightaway, and that car just got loose.
DiBenedetto and Larson are off track as we get ready to restart. Kane 2 laps down after stops. Pace car is in.
32 is out
go
of the
back to
race.
green, completing 15 of 60 laps.
The 32 is still in. Look at the 32. Put it in. No, the 32 is off the track. He should be out. He can't finish the race. It might be
Kevin
out.
Harvick first out of the pit, selected the inside. Neither he nor Hamlin can gain ground.
No, they're both a good spot though.
Let's
the 21
see who's going to win this race here today.
The Ford, so they got the Kyle Busch on the outside behind Hamlin at the Toyota, so they got the guys lined up like they want them.
It's a drag race.
Just who can get a break here?
I think Danny Hamlin has a good sponsor. Chase Elliott has a good sponsor. And
right on the rear.
That's one gotta go with the 21 good sponsorship. The last one I'm gonna go with is
don't you love the spotters?
Still there, door 11.
Calm.
The
2x2.
Somebody's got to be calm because there's nothing
14
calm going on out there on the track right now.
Like
now,
that.
Larry, we heard on the radio just prior to the caution, one of the spotters saying one more lap on the track. A group of cars were planning to pit under green.
I think that was actually Mike Wheeler, Denny Hamlin's crew chief. He said one more on the track. That meant make one more lap on the racetrack. And I think the Toyota Brigade, just like we saw in the Daytona 500 a year ago, they were going to stay together and get that stop out of the way under green.
Well, what do you think of all these fuel-only stops?
Pit stops are so slow. In the first
we
only had about 4 or 5 stops that were sub 20 seconds. All the new rules, these guys, they've just not wrapped their arms around it yet.
Remember, the teams only have 4 crewmen to service the car, plus a fueler. That's one less man over the wall than last year, and the fueler cannot participate in adjustments or repair anymore.
Boy, what a difference from race 1, where they just continued to get single file, get in that outside lane, and try to ride it out. Nobody's been able to break away in this pack so far. They've just been side by side since the green flag dropped on this restart.
60.
And you know, Jeff, I think the reason why that is because the Fords were so fast, those Penske Fords in the first race, they could string everybody out by getting up top. No one has that speed in this race, and they can't get away from each other, so they're side by side. Pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah, they seem to be really evenly matched in this race, don't they? Although that Ford to Kevin Harvick and the 21 to Paul Menard seem to finally take that charge to those Toyotas.
Let's see, anything gonna happen?
Tick better than the Toyotas at this point.
That they've done for the moment. Let's check with Vince.
Well, and Kyle Larson, one of those that got knocked out in that incident. 12 laps or so. Enough time to learn anything about what you had out there?
Not really, I guess. You know, different conditions, obviously, than what we'll have on Sunday. So, just hate that we tore up another car, and you know, now that my guys have to get a new prat1 bank Chevy prepared before tomorrow morning to practice. You know, we just really didn't want to crash today, so that stinks.
That does.
Haven't seen a replay or anything, but it kind of looked like the 9 maybe got into the 20, middle of the corner, but then it seemed like we were all good, and then they started spinning on exit, and I had nowhere to go. So part of super speedway racing, that's why we love it.
Glad you're okay, Kyle. Mike.
Rowdy is
Kyle Larson, Matt DiBenedetto out of the race.
Yep, he is.
Eric Jones, whose spin triggered that caution, was able to continue.
Mike, in the first race, we had Bubba Wallace, who ran up front the whole 150 miles. In this race, we got Michael McDowell in that, excuse me, in that 34 car. Derek Finley is Michael's crew chief. I know Derek from the past. They got a pretty good hot rod right now.
Doing well. Jamie?
Well, the plan for Danica Patrick in the green number 7 GoDaddy machine was to drop to the back. They didn't want to get in any kind of issues because their backup car, well, it would be a situation. According to her crew chief, Tony Uri Jr., he said, basically, we don't have a backup, so we cannot wreck this car. Well, as soon as she dropped to the back, the big issue happened right in front of her, so she went up. She was mid-pack in the battle. So
they don't have a backup car. That's not good.
Remember, it's a brand new race team, Premium Motorsports for Danica Patrick.
That's right, Jamie. She was eligible to run the Clash last Sunday, but the team did not have a car for her.
Michael McDowell gets extremely loose off of turn 4. Going to get caught in the middle here. He's got his hands full.
Oh, he does.
Yes, he does.
Let me out of here. Everything was going so well.
Yeah, he's doing such a nice job.
Let's see. Any other
I
wreck?
think that's just how unpredictable these cars are. They just go all at once.
Middle tight.
Ooh, whoa. That's almost a wreck.
Clear low, still outside.
Now that time I thought that Austin Dillon was having a tough time holding on to his car as he was underneath, and they were 3 wide.
Let's see.
Second place, Hamlin prevailing against Menard for the moment.
Casey Kane making it 3 wide on the bottom, trying to
I
make
think
some
Hamlin or Kevin Harvick might win it.
Boys,
Or
we're going to have to up our game on these picks because Bernie's top 5 are all in the top 5.
Whoa,
Let's
that's
see if that
really
holds
good.
true when we come back. 22 laps complete.
Yeah, let me see that's complete. Let's see. Yeah, this is gonna be some fun. Even also have to react to Daytona 500. Well, I would have to be only. I wouldn't talk the whole time. I would just like probably not put the face cam on for the next part. No, I'm leaving the face cam off. I have to turn the face cam off, leave the video recording on this thing while sitting here, okay? I do that in the Daytona 500 with no face cam. No face cam, okay? Because means you guys can see the cars more better. Ooh. Whoa. Anything happening? Not yet. Someone's gonna make a mistake. I think the first duel has more crashes right now than the second duel. Means if we see, actually, yeah, we only have 2 cars out of this race. Means 5 cars. I think 4 or 5 cars were out of the first race. Whoa, something's not good. Something's going on. Something's going right there. Look. Oh no, that's not good. So close. Whoa, that was so close. I thought they were gonna wreck for a second. Yep. That's not good. Let's see what else is happening here. Whoa. We're still replaying footage during the race is going on. Why? Please tell me, please. To the race.
Can't go to the bottom and pass.
Yeah. Wait, who did that? Someone did it? Someone goes below the double yellow line again?
We said the second race would be tame. Here's our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven.
You didn't go.
I'm not sure who's the most driven among these front 3. Everybody wants it. And here's Paul Menard getting so close to Hamlin. And it looks like as he gets in line behind Denny, it straightens Denny's car up.
Yeah, it started to turn the cars. We got a lead change here. Chase Elliott by Denny Hamlin. These guys, there's no team orders up here. They've all been swapping the lead since we've gone to breaking. Now coming back, Chase Elliott takes the lead. But what I'm seeing is if you decide, as Chase Elliott does, he kind of ran the middle of the racetrack right there, but he goes to the high line. If you choose that high line, it does give the second place runner an option.
You have a good point about that.
Complete a pass.
Remember, he's got 4 fresh tires on his
car.
4 fresh
tires. That's really good.
Him to do what he just did.
The reason he has those 4 tires is he had to serve a penalty on his first stop. Men over the wall too soon. He had to come back in.
That's not really good.
Because he was going to have to start tail into the longest line, they came back in and got tires.
Yeah, I agree.
That's really
but
good.
That just gives him a whole lot more grip and a whole lot more nerve.
See.
There's a replay of that lead change.
And Jeff, we've heard this from a lot of the drivers. When a car gets a run, it can make the pass. It can complete the pass.
He really just worked that left rear quarter panel like we've been seeing, that vulnerable spot, the rear bumper of the 11, and was able to complete the pass. Jamie?
And I talked to Chase and his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, before he got in the car. And they told me their plan the last 2 years was to focus on the pole. Well, they didn't race very well. They said they had to change their whole plan coming into here. So they gave up some speed for the pole, but they knew they would have a better car. He also learned some things in the draft and practice that they adjusted. They expected to be more stable tonight, and that's exactly the car that he has.
Well, it's really interesting, Jamie, that you say that, because the other Hendrick cars were in the top 5, where Chase Elliott was 10th after qualifying, and that's what put him in the 5th position in this second duel. And I wondered, well, did they just not have what it took to win the pole or the front row, be on the front row?
Point.
And
let's
it
see what's
seems
happening.
to be paying off by having a better handling car now.
And Rick Hendrick sitting there, Jeff, you see him concentrating.
30,
Rick Hendrick, this Hendrick Motorsports over the winter and off-season, they've gone through some incredible changes with their driver lineup, the way they're operating back in the shop. And, you know, I think it's going to pay off. I think it's really going to be a good move that Rick made, getting his teams reorganized.
I think they saw what was going on around them and the other teams that are having success, and they said, you know what, we've got to reinvent ourselves here a little bit. What we've been doing is not working as well. We've got this new Camaro coming. We've got some young drivers. Let's bring this in-house and start really focusing on having to work together.
Let's see, anything going
6
on?
lead changes so far, 4 at this stage in the first race, and Martin Truex trying to make something happen on the bottom. I think the best thing for Martin Truex tonight is Barney Visser, his car owner, is here at the racetrack. Barney had a heart issue late last year, could not see his driver win the championship at Homestead or come to the banquet, but he is here today.
31 of 60.
That's great
31
to
of 60.
Here. Have him back at the track.
No other cautions yet. Only by 2 cars are out. That's good.
Is sky high because he has a team that loves him.
Let's see.
I mean, they're on the same page
9
all
is
the
still in
time.
the lead. That's good for Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott leading in the number 9. The 9 has won this race 3 times.
That's
Casey
good.
Kane once, and Chase's dad, Bill, twice.
That's really good. Well, caution. That's how I was gonna say caution. Wow. Yeah. Wait for it. Wait for it. No cautions yet. Ooh. See. That 32 of 6. That 32 of 60. Yep. Uh-oh. There goes the 11. He has to pit. Wait, that's not 11, is it? Nope, it's not. I don't know what car this pit right now. Did someone pit? Is pit road open? Could be. 33 of 60. This is doing really good. Yes, crashes in the last race. And yes, people out in the last race. 23 had to pit. Oh. Let's see. Who's gonna wreck? Who's gonna wreck? They're gonna be some good. These guys are doing really good, not wrecking. Wait. I want to see the cars. There now. I see the cars now. It's really good. The duel. Whoa. You saw that? The car. Yep. That was some good music. And they cut it. What? They cut it? What?
Chase Elliott still leads at lap 34.
There's the music.
Saturday
That's
on
some
Fox,
good
college
music.
basketball's best. Second-ranked Michigan State against Northwestern, and then a top 5 matchup. Number 3 Villanova visits number 4 Xavier. It all begins at 2 Eastern on Fox, or stream it live on Fox Sports Go. Coming to complete lap 35, and the second-generation driver in the Elliott family.
Engine number 9. She's moving on. Don't you know everybody back in Dawsonville and all around, all the Elliott fans and the family and everybody, they got to be so excited about seeing this 9 car out there tonight.
When his dad, Bill Elliott, was winning every win, I think it was Ken Squire, now Hall of Fame broadcaster, who made Gordon Perkle famous, because Gordon Perkle ran the Dawsonville Pool Hall and former fire station, and would ring the bell and sound the whistle every time Bill went to Victory Lane. I believe that tradition still holds true for Chase, even though he did not grow up in Dawsonville. He's a son of Dawsonville, if you will.
Yeah, he is. Let's see, any good drivers right here?
Well, in race 1, Bubba Wallace was a bit of a surprise up there in the top 2. How about A.J. Allmendinger having a strong, steady race here in the top 5? Regan.
Jay Allmendinger has looked great tonight up here in the top 5. I had a fun conversation with him and crew chief Tristan Smith in their hauler earlier today. AJ said he wanted to ride around and just kind of feel his race car off for the first half of the race. Crew chief Tristan Smith said, "The heck with that. I like my backup car. If we wreck it, so be it. Go up there and race hard with that thing all night long." That's what it looks like he's doing. He looks really good up in the top 5 there.
When you don't have a good backup car, you wreck. When you do have a good backup car, you never have a problem whatsoever. It just always works that way.
Third-place finisher last year.
Yeah, that's really good for him.
They lap past the 72 of Corey LaJoy.
Corey LaJoy lap
E.J.
down.
Kennington, Greg Galding also down. Off track, Mark Thompson, Matt DiBenedetto, and Kyle Larson.
Paul Menard diving down to the bottom. He's the one that brought that train down from that inside lane and brought them to the front the last time. He snuck out there, tried to bring Austin Dillon with him, but Austin Dillon said, "No, thank you. I'll go back to the top."
From Eric Jones' bumper.
Hello.
Wham. You actually heard a little bit the engine start to lose some RPM as Eric Jones, I think, checked up, and Paul Menard saw that happening, and he just wanted to stay in the gas and keep the momentum and hope that he could complete that pass.
Well, remember, we saw Eric Jones spinning down the back straightaway at the beginning of this race, so I'm thinking he's already got a little experience about what to expect.
No wreck yet. That's good.
22 laps to go. Denny Hamlin will be on the pole, outside pole Sunday for the 500. The winner of this race, if it's not Hamlin, will start in row 2 on the outside and so on back.
And something you'll notice when we're on board with these cameras, the further back you get, as we are right here on the roof of Kyle Busch, you'll hear them start to check up
They're doing really good,
bit
not wrecking right now. I thought this one was going to be chaos for Duel 2.
Because you close up in that draft, but when you're first or second or third, usually you can just stay wide open the entire time. That's why they use a lot more fuel up front.
Yeah, well, it's anticipation. You got to anticipate what the car in front of you is going to do a little bit. And then, and then it's a little bit of second guessing. Is that guy going to stay in the gas? Is he going to lift? I got to be ready.
Jones to the inside, Kyle Busch to the inside. Two of the Gibbs cars, and here comes Martin Truex in another Toyota.
Boy, Eric Jones, when you step out, you just saw the back of the car, how unstable it was, going side to side, almost fishtailing.
Yeah, he didn't like that at all. The car is just a little unstable, even after probably making some adjustments.
41, lap 41 of 60. That's really good. Not good.
Truex may get a little help from Austin Dillon here in the 3.
Nothing bad happening yet.
20 laps to go. Chase Elliott in the Chevy, Denny Hamlin's Toyota, and Kevin Harvick's Ford up front.
Yep. You know what else? The Daytona 500, we can't skip anything. I think that's the rule. It's the Daytona 500. We can't skip anything. The next race, it's gonna be good. There's some good races. It's on lap 42 now. That's good. Let's see. We have the high camera. There's the race cars. Beautiful race cars right there. Chevrolet, Ford, Toyota, and soon to be Dodge might be coming back to NASCAR. Ooh, what's gonna be a... How much is that? 43. Right here. It says that 43 and the 20 something laps to go. Keep an eye on those cars. Wrong one move and a wreck can happen. Wait, if you don't have a backup car, how are you gonna race in the Daytona 500? Yeah, how will you race in the Daytona 500? That's a good point. Don't wreck then. Don't try to wreck. It's good. Not trying to wreck. Well, you see all that. Wait, I hope Jimmy Johnson's in the new NASCAR 25 game. NASCAR 25. He's gotta be, because he was in 2 races. If you're in a race, you're in NASCAR game, right? You've seen it. You've seen Danica Patrick was in the 7. We saw her in the game. They might add Jimmy. We don't know yet. To the game releases in August. This video is always gonna be past that by then. Means I was trying to get the game.
202.
Wow.
I'd be playing the game as well by then. This video's in 2026, means that's 1 year. So
16 laps to go.
Yeah.
In the second race of the Can-Am Duel, Chase Elliott has now been out in front for 18 consecutive laps.
That's really good.
Denny Hamlin's led 18 over 3 different times. Kevin Harvick led 7, and Greg Gaulding
3 cars are off track
Mike,
now.
the guy out front running 202.
That's
how fast
good.
you got to be going to go? How fast Denny Hamlin got to go to get by?
23 is 3 laps down. The 2 cars are 1 lap down.
2 miles per hour.
202 miles an hour, and you got to be pretty steamy to pull out and pass somebody at that speed.
Now, something I noticed that's unique about what Chase Elliott's doing that's a little bit different from what we've seen leaders do is he's trying to protect that inside line going into the corner. So he runs sort of in the middle of the racetrack, and then he toes that line up to the top. So it really prevents it, or makes it very difficult for Hamlin to get a big run, and then makes it even more difficult for anybody to make a line work behind.
But we got to watch with Chase Elliott. Let's think back to last year. How many times would he be leading the race late, and then something would happen and he wouldn't win?
Yeah.
And how many times last year, I can think of 2, when he and Denny Hamlin got in a dust-up in late season on track. They are not the best of friends, those 2 up front.
They're like
Kyle Busch for the
enemies.
run.
Nothing went with you.
Ooh, didn't quite.
Whatever you need to work side.
Couldn't clear Boyer. He was so close. That would have put him in a great position right behind Harvick in that 4th position to make some moves later.
Ooh.
Here's a little Kevin Harvick audio.
Jimmy, only chance we'll have here is if the guys behind us will go with us. I just don't know when the right lap would be.
Yep.
Or I'm standing with Brett trying to figure it out.
He's already doing a really good job.
21 had said he wanted to take a shot at it at some point here at the end.
So those are Fords, Harvick in the 4, Menard in the 21, and you heard crew chief Rodney Childers talking about the 2 spotters trying to work a deal up top on the roof.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 14, the 4, and the 21 as 3 Fords. If they get their act together, they might be able to go up there and take that lead away.
I'm
sure there's a lot of deals being made up on the roof.
So your boy Eric Jones, for a fellow who spun right in the middle of a bunch of cars on lap 12, there he is, 6th place.
And that car is not the best. I mean, that car has been nervous all night long. We saw that from the very get-go, and he's doing a whale of a job hanging on.
He is. Let's see what's going on.
Now, Matt Kenseth drove that car last year, former champion. Joe Gibbs Racing replaced him with Jones, who they moved over from Satellite Team Furniture Row.
That's really good.
2018, but Matt Kenseth stirred up a little stuff on Twitter when he showed a picture of he and his family standing on the jet the other day saying, well, it's that time of year, time to go. And everybody jumped on Twitter, even Dale Jr. What's up with Matt Kenseth? We all thought he was coming down here. The next day, here's a picture of these beautiful mountains out west. Kenseth tweets, family ski trip. Hope you're enjoying it, Matt.
I don't know if we ever fully appreciated his sense of humor when he was here full time with us.
Matt Yoakum.
Mike, a great opportunity for especially the younger drivers to learn what this package means in the field with it. Eric Jones just telling his team, we are going to have to take a big swing
lap 49 of 60, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Streaks, Glenn Wood, the owner of the 21, for 71 consecutive years, has driven from Stewart, Virginia, down to Speed Weeks. His wife Bernice, a little under the weather. Nothing serious, but he's decided to stay home. All good streaks coming in.
Glenn Wood had never missed a Daytona Speed Weeks.
10 more laps to go. 10 more laps to go.
When I think of Southern gentlemen, I think of Glenn and Leonard Wood, two absolute Southern gentlemen.
Saw Leonard in the media center today. Yeah, he said, you make a lot of your own luck here.
Yep.
There he is.
There's the Hall of Famer and winning Daytona 500 crew chief.
Yep.
What do you think,
times over. Paul Menard is trying to give the Wood brothers their 100th victory this season as he steps into the 21.
He's feeling it. He's doing a heck of a job here tonight.
Yeah, I like what he's doing. Really good.
Yep.
Now, right in front of the Wood brothers 21 and Paul Menard is Clint Boyer for Tony Stewart, running in 4th.
10 laps to go.
So it's up to Harvick to make the move.
Go. 10
I think they're in a great position. I really do. But just like what we heard out of Boyer, you got to be patient. You
always have to be patient. You don't want to do something wrong.
Either. It's just picking the perfect time. But it sure is nice to know you've got two.
They're all right about that one.
Behind you are willing to go with you.
All right, we've already picked who. Do you want to pick when?
I think this group right here, they're going to wait till the last lap. These are a bunch of savvy, experienced race car drivers. I don't think they're going to take a chance until it's time to take a chance.
I think once you get inside 3 to go, I think if Harvick feels like he's got a big run, and if somebody like Kyle Busch doesn't start forming a line on the inside, I think they're going to go within those last couple laps.
Yeah, I just don't think you can afford to wait for the last lap. I'd like to see him do it with 3 or even 4 to go, Jeff. And I think Harvick has that same idea. He's got his teammate behind him. What will these guys do? And when will they make that move? I think it has to be before the last lap if you're going to win, if you're not in the first couple of positions.
Yeah, I agree with Michael because you're going to be ready for it on the last lap. You're going to be able to block or have a better chance of blocking that move. I'd rather surprise them and go a little bit earlier.
I'd rather surprise them and go on the last lap myself.
All right, we listened in on the 4 team.
8 laps to go. 8 laps to go.
He wants us to be patient as well, so I don't know when the right time is, you know. He's up coming out back, we'll have to block it. Yeah, 2-4 rides it out. We'll just have to make our move at the end here.
And all those great plans can get completely blown out of the water as soon as the next car like Eric Jones or Kyle Busch changes their mind of what they want to do.
But you heard about Eric Jones telling his crew chief, we need to change this car. He's not happy with that car. I wonder if the 20's capable of making that move or if it needs to come from somewhere else.
I don't think he's capable of making a really big, bold move.
7 out to go, boys and girls.
What happens in front of him, if they go low, maybe
and
he stays
and
in line and sees what Kyle Busch does behind him. But you're not going to see him step out on his own. He just doesn't have the confidence in the car right now.
I think the difference maker is the 11 car. I mean, we're talking about the 3 Ford sitting back there like they're in the catbird seat. Actually, I think the 11 car is in a pretty good spot. And I think it's going to depend on when he decides to make a move.
We watched Denny Hamlin do a textbook for the Daytona 500 here a couple years ago. And what Denny does so well is he anticipates when that car like Kevin Harvick is going to make that move. And he's going to watch his mirror and try to get down in front of Kevin Harvick when they make their move.
Yeah, see, I think the smart guys, the veteran guys, they're going to do it when you can't retaliate. If you do it with 2 or 3 laps to go, the other guy's got a chance to come back.
But Denny Hamlin, last lap. Denny Hamlin just got really loose coming out of the tri-oval.
That's not good.
And remember, Hamlin has nothing to gain here but a checkered flag and a check. He's on the front row for the 500. All he has to do is keep this car intact.
Ooh, that might be a tall task here in these closing laps.
Well, I tell you one thing, his eyes are wide open. He's got a big, huge view here. Harvick looks pretty relaxed.
I don't think Denny Hamlin's the kind of driver that wants to just pull off. He wants to start building momentum, and he wants everybody to know in Daytona that he is the team driver car to beat.
5 out to go. I mean, that means the race is going to get more intense.
Just say, hey, I'm going to.
Imagine we get another overtime here. There's 3 cars, 2 cars out, 1 car's off. 3 cars out. Yep.
Well, you know, Chase has to just be ready for that move. There's nothing he can do. He's wide open up there. His job is to not get too big of a lead. Don't build too much of a gap to second place Denny Hamlin. Keep them close by, but don't let them get a big run.
Yep, don't let them get a big run. Watch out.
When they do make that move. It's coming. They're going to make it. Just win.
That 9 car to go.
He took 4 tires when nobody else did, and I think that's really going to pay off here at the end of this race.
So if you're Chase Elliott, are you worried about Hamlin or about that group of Fords?
I'm more worried about Hamlin. I'll tell you why. Because if the 4 of Harvick makes a move, I got a little bit of time to go down there and block that move. If Hamlin makes it, I have very little options to be able to keep him from at least getting, you know, alongside me.
Chase Elliott is trying to win a 5th dual race for the Elliott family.
Come on, Chase. Come on, Chase Elliott.
92 and 2000.
4 out to go. 4 out to go. About to be 3. About to be 3 out to go. Be careful, Chase.
Of course, Chase won last year.
Yeah,
that was 5.
He did.
This could be 6.
And by the way, he can see clearly now.
Yep.
Because there's nothing in his
3
way.
up
It wasn't
to
in the 9
go.
last year, though.
That's right.
Yep. He was
3
in
to
the
go.
9.
You can see.
He was
Look
in
how
the
they
24,
start
then he went to the 9.
These cars start
He's
getting
in a good car.
And that energy. Look at Hamlin right now is backed up to the 4 car. He's going to get a bit of a run here.
We might see a run. We might see a run.
He's not ready to do it.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Be
patient.
Be patient.
But he's testing it. That's what he's doing. He's testing it. How much can I
We're
back
about
up
to,
to the 4
we're about to
car
go to
of
2
Kevin
out to
Harvick?
go.
Can I get the 9 of Chase Elliott to get out there and get a gap and get a big enough run? You know that they're going to try to block you. You've got to build a big enough run where they can't block it.
2 laps to go.
When you got this many good cars, you got 1
That's
shot.
real good.
And it better be the right one.
Here comes Harvick. 2 to go.
Harvick to the bottom. The Fords come with him.
Yep.
Elliott to block.
Side by side, your mirror. Still not clear.
That's good. Really
what
good.
Elliott has to do is make sure he doesn't get too far out front. He's got to make sure when they stack up behind him, that it's going to come from the 21, the 14, then the 4. Make sure that he blocks that move when it comes. But looks to me like Menard's got other ideas.
Menard on the outside, and he's got help from the 20 car.
This might actually help Chase Elliott.
That's it. Keep it coming. Keep it
Yep.
coming. Still 1 inside. Drafting inside.
White flag in the air.
1 out to go. Chase, 1 out to go.
Big push coming to the 4 from his teammate Clint Boyer.
Gotta have a place to go with it. Gotta have a place to go with that run.
Didn't quite have enough. He got to the rear bumper of the 9 of Chase Elliott, but not quite enough.
No wreck yet.
I think everybody's holding on for dear life right here.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have one more good shot at Chase Elliott.
They got to get there, and they just don't seem to be able to get right up there close enough at this point.
I think Chase stays right where he is. Force him to go around you.
Short way around.
We're going to get a run. Brown car here.
Spotter.
All over him behind you, pushing him hard.
Out of turn 4. Elliott rules at Daytona. Chase Elliott covers the bottom.
Let's go!
And beats Kevin Harvick by a car
Elliott, you
length.
did it. Win the
How
duel.
about Eric Jones sneaking in there, getting third.
Good job, fellas.
Amazing.
Good job by Jones. I like that.
What does Bernie know?
Guys, on to the next.
Chase has started 3 duels. He's won 2 of them. And he's only the 4th active driver to win the duel more than once. He has
Good job, Chase. Good job.
started a
Chase
Daytona
Elliott.
500 worse than 4th.
Streak's alive.
He one day will win the championship, I hope. I hope he wins his second championship in the future. I hope he wins his first ever Daytona 500 in the future. Let's see what happens.
You've got teammates with the 4 and the 14.
No crash. I'm surprised this one has less crashes than the first
Boyer's
race.
very committed to him, and because of that, he's at the jeopardy and vulnerable to the 20 and the 18 getting a run and getting the inside.
20 had a heck of a run coming to the line.
Now.
Wow, and Boyer almost turned him, not by touching him, but just by the air moving across the back of Eric Jones' car.
Now I would delete my video.
A lot of work to be done
right now.
tomorrow to get these cars handling a little bit better.
And really surprised at Hamlin. I mean, he went from running second all the way back to 9th.
Do it.
Hey, boss, good job.
Good job.
I believe that ties Hendrick Motorsports
and
RCR.
Good job, Hendrick.
At 15.
Remember, for Denny Hamlin, he had only to win, nothing to lose. He's on the front row for the 500. And Chase Elliott wins. He'll start from row 2.
Yep. Good job, Chase. Can we go now? Not yet, until this video's over. Good job, Chase. Now, let's go on to the next video. Let's show this part real quick. Now, right here, real quick. Here we go.
100,000 fans to watch 40 drivers go 200,000 fans to watch 40 drivers go 200 miles per hour, covering 500 miles or maybe more. Over 60 years, this place has created all kinds of drama and crazy finishes. Who will realize the dream today?
I come back after this video's done, okay? First off, let's get that. Let's get.
We're going to see these guys start to be a little bit.
After this race, come back and end the recording. That's all I'm gonna say. Bye. I'll be leaving the room. After they get on with the, you know what. They get something.
This is where legends are born. Control what we can control. Someone's dreams will come true today.
We're going to see these guys start to be a little bit more aggressive.
Hard into the wall. It's going to be big. Big crash.
excitement, it is unbelievable.
Get ready, guys.
The field begins to roll off pit road for the 60th Daytona 500 on Fox. There was a marine layer of clouds keeping us from seeing those hotels over on the beach, but it's dissipated before it comes inland here, about 4 miles away. So under mostly sunny skies and 72-degree temperatures, that wind blowing those clouds from the northeast. The track temp a little over 100 degrees. Packed house here at Daytona. And there's our pace car driver. As we get set in Daytona, Super Bowl champion Peyton Manning at the wheel of the Toyota Camry pace car.
Hey, Peyton, CW, how's it going out there? But you got a death grip on that steering wheel, man.
Well, I tell you, I've been upright. I've been on my back. I've never been sideways before. So this is a little different, Daryl.
Tell Buster to keep his hands off the steering wheel. You can handle this. Hey, Peyton, I don't know if you know this or not, but there's an 18 on the side of your car, and I think they want you to stay out and run a few laps.
I don't think so. I'm just going to kind of stay in my lane, Daryl, and kind of get in. This is not about me. These guys behind me are in the show, and what a cool environment to be a part of. I mean, these cars behind me, I'm looking at them right now, and obviously for Alex to be on the pole in his first race here in the 88 Nationwide car is pretty cool.
You remember what I told you about how we start down here, don't you? Boogity is how we start.
I like that, Daryl. It's got a good little ring to it.
Run that by Paisley, see if you can do something with it.
Alex just tried to pass me, so I didn't realize these guys are going to be quite so close on me.
That's the welcoming committee. Welcome to the race.
Evidently.
Just be sure you pull off or they'll get a lot closer.
Okay, I got you, Jeff.
All right.
I got you.
Have fun out there, brother. Glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
He said Alex was about to pass him. That's Alex Bowman in the 88. On the pole, Denny Hamlin, second fastest qualifier, won the race in 2016. Ryan Blaney, new to Team Penske, won his duel on Thursday, as did Chase Elliott, Bill Elliott's son. Joey Logano, the 2015 winner, and Kevin Harvick, the 2007 500 champion.
I love this row. I love row 4. Darrell Wallace Jr. and Eric Jones, two young guys here that are going to try to make a name for themselves today. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., I mean, we saw him in the qualifying races. He's got a fast four today. Clint Boyer, hungry for a win. And then we got the two brothers side by side, the Busch boys.
And 2008 Daytona 500 winner Ryan Newman alongside his teammate looking to take the number 3 to victory lane, Austin Dillon. And row 8, David Reagan, who's won a Daytona race here in July 2011, and Paul Menard joins the historic Wood brothers. Row 9, Daniel Suarez looking to become the first foreign-born driver to win the Daytona 500 since Andretti, and Trevor Bayne, 2011 Daytona 500 winner.
Jamie McMurray won this race in 2010. A.J. Allmendinger's finished in the top 3 twice. Chris Buescher, 2015 Xfinity champ, and Michael McDowell, 4th here in July. Ty Dillon, one of Richard Childress' 2 grandsons in the race, and the series champion Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, Brendan Gaughan, he finished 11th in the 2017 Daytona 500. Casey Kane, the 95. Another Earnhardt here, the 40th straight year for an Earnhardt in the race. And Danica Patrick, making her last Cup race start.
And row 16, we've got, row 15, Justin Marks and DJ Kennington. Row 16, Brad Keselowski, who won the Clash here on Sunday alongside Corey LaJoie. Row 17, rookie phenom in that 24 car, William Byron and Craig Gaulding. Row 18, 7-time, the only driver to win the Daytona 500 twice in this field, Jimmy Johnson and Matt DiBenedetto.
Then Eric Almirola with a new team. His only Cup win here was in Daytona, July of 14. And Kyle Larson, who got passed on the last lap last year. David Gilliland, former pole sitter at Daytona, and Mark Thompson at age 66, matching his car number in his final start in a Cup car. That is the oldest driver to ever start the Daytona 500. Backup cars from Thursday night, those cars are going to the back. Before the race starts, let's take a look back at how last season ended with our Toyota rev up to green.
The 2017 season ended with an incredible championship for Martin Truex Jr. and the 78 team. With 7 victories in 2017, he was considered the favorite entering the winner-take-all finale at Homestead. And he pulled it off, winning the race and the championship for the Toyota racing family, putting the American-built Camry first on the track as it's been in the showroom. It was Toyota's second Cup championship. Let's see what 2018 has in store. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, let's check in with our series champion, Martin Truex Jr.
Hey, Martin, this is Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yeah, hey, buddy.
Hey, man, you know, winning that championship last year certainly had a lot to do with winning stages, and I'm just curious, you and Cole found the speed and the balance in that number 78 to get those stage victories, and maybe that Daytona 500 victory.
To be honest with you, buddy, I'm not sure. Well, felt like we made some gains this week in practice, you know, on Friday, and we'll just have to see. I think conditions are different. 40 cars on the racetrack is a lot different than 20. So we'll just have to wait and see how it goes, but we'll be ready for anything, and we're going to fight till the end like we always do. And to be honest, I'm not really concerned about stage points today as much as I am winning this race. So we're going to try to be safe if we have to, and most importantly, get to the end of this one and try to win our first 500.
All right, well, have a great day. We look forward to it.
Thank you, guys. Have fun up there.
Martin Truex will start 24th. Charlize Theron ready to wave the green flag here to promote her new movie in theaters March 9th. But as a child, she raced go-karts and regularly beat the boys. If those boys only knew. Let's go down to pit road for late breaking stories from our fearless foursome, beginning with Matt Yoakum.
Mike, today NASCAR's past and future team up to begin a new era as Darrell Bubba Wallace takes over the iconic 43 belonging to the King, Richard Petty. Bubba's had a solid speed week showing prowess in the draft and locking in the 7th starting spot. In fact, the King told him, today, don't try to be a hero, just race smart and have fun. Jamie Little?
Well, Matt, after racing in NASCAR for 5.5 years, Danica Patrick is calling it a career today. And it's been an emotional one, even more so than she anticipated, especially just now, hugging and kissing her family and strapping in for the final time. But now, the task at hand is what she's all about. She wants to leave here as the Daytona 500 champion. Regan?
A year ago, Kyle Larson came oh so close to winning the Daytona 500, leading at the white flag lap. This year, if he's going to do the same, it's going to be from the back in a backup car. He's been extremely loose all week long, but the team's confident they have him tightened up for today's race. Vince?
Many eyes today will be focused on the young phenom William Byron. He has shot up the ranks of NASCAR, and today he makes his very first start in NASCAR's highest level. He's just 20 years old. He's a college student, and he said to me, yes, it's surreal. Yes, it's exciting. I'm going to start the Daytona 500. Mike?
40 drivers headed for the start line. 3 months of anticipation about to end.
Yes, sir. This is my heart's pounding. Danica Sue, this is for you. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, drivers.
Bowman's 88 had the edge on the brake, but Denny Hamlin is pulling that low groove to the front.
Now we saw a strategy play by the Hendrick teammates of Alex Bowman and Chase Elliott. They started in that outside lane, but it didn't work out so well because look at the lead that Denny Hamlin has taken. I expect Denny Hamlin to try to be up front and stay up front all day.
Well, I tell you what, he's got his mirror full of that number 12 car, little Blaney, and Blaney's not going to run behind him very long.
There's somebody trying to take it 3 wide. The outside of Chase Elliott, Harvick.
No surprise, Kevin Harvick in the 4 to the outside
but no
of Chase Elliott.
Well, now here comes his teammate. I don't know if this was a plan, but Clint Boyer's going to pick up Kevin Harvick. Well, that's the last thing you want to do right now. If you're Chase Elliott, you do not want to be in the center of 3 wide on lap 2 or 3 of the Daytona 500.
He heard you, so he accelerated up, and he's going to move up and get out of that mess.
Hamlin is now the leadingest active driver in Daytona 500. Career laps left.
On today's program, our tour begins as we consider how today's headlines and biblical prophecy intersect as the signs of the end times become the signs of our time.
Now, here is Dr. Jeremiah with his message, The Prophetic Times.
I don't have to tell you that this has been about the strangest year we've ever had. Just about every way you can imagine, we have been reminded that life is uncertain. Serious people are asking everywhere you go, if these things are happening today, what will be the future for my children and my grandchildren? Well, there's only one reliable source of information about the future, only one that has an astounding record of accuracy, and that's the Bible. If you want to know about the future, there's only one place you can go and find any good information. Don't read the futurists, read the prophets. The Bible is filled with information to help us navigate the uncertain course that is before us. People say, I don't believe in prophecy, but they do. It wasn't so long ago, was it, that you could hardly turn on your television, turn one channel to the next, and every time you turn the channel, here was some psychic person willing to tell you your future. They even had a network called the Psychic Network, and they went out of business. You would have thought they would have known. One pastor I know said that he doesn't ever preach on prophecy because he said prophecy distracts people from the present. An astute colleague definitely responded, well, then there's an awful lot of distractions in the Bible. There are 300 prophecies in the Bible concerning the first coming of Christ, but there are 3 times that many prophecies in the Bible concerning the second coming of Christ. If Almighty God prophesied his first coming over here, and now time has passed and we can trace what happened, and we say, you know, everything he said would happen, happened. And now he's prophesying another coming with the same kind of verbiage in the same prophets. What do you think he will do? I think he'll fulfill them, don't you? I think the things that he says will happen. And oh, my friends, how many truths there are in the Word of God about the days in which we are living and the time which is yet to come. If you want to know what in the world is going on, you have to turn to the Bible for some answers. Have you ever asked yourself this question? Why am I on this earth at this particular time? Did you know that Almighty God could have dropped you down along the landscape of history any place he wanted? But he put you here. He put you here for now. God wants you here for now. So don't complain about not having lived at a different time or wish you could live in some future time. Embrace the fact that God has given you this time and then find out everything you can about how to live this time in the Holy Spirit power that he wants to give you.
Active driver in Daytona 500. Career laps left.
Sorry I didn't skip the ad, but I was busy eating a cupcake, drinking a Capri Sun on my trash away, helping my mom find her phone. Now, I'd be quiet now.
Right behind him, Blaney and Logano, new teammates.
Yeah, I tell you, Denny Hamlin will be hard to beat today. He's got a fast car. I think, like Jeff said, he's going to want to stay up front. But I love that kid in that 12 car. Well, he does not want to run behind somebody.
We saw Logano move up the racetrack, maybe thinking about making a move, and who took advantage of it? Bubba Wallace on the inside coming to the front.
Another kid. There are so many of these young kids that are exciting to watch, and they got skill, and they got good race cars. They're going to be factors all day long. And Mike, I mean, it's 80 degrees out there. It's hot. The track's kind of slick. They got a big tailwind going down the front and going up the back.
Bubba Wallace on the outside fighting for the lead. Got a pre-race phone call from another legend from Mobile, Alabama, Hank Aaron.
Yes, sir. That is is so cool.
And he has somebody that could push him all the way to the lead right there if he stays in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. or Ryan Blaney. Those guys are buddies, but Stenhouse has been so aggressive this week. I'll be curious to see if he wants to push somebody to the front or take it himself.
But, Mike, can you imagine? Bubba Wallace is running second in the 43. Richard Petty, 7-time winner here at this track. And this kid is, I mean, he's exceeding my expectations, I can tell you that.
What a great view with only one car in front of Darrell Wallace Jr., and that being Denny Hamlin.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm surprised right now. We saw that these cars have been a handful all week. I expected them to maybe be 2 wide. I never expected them to be 3 wide on lap 4.
Well, Jeff, I think the deal is they've had time to work on the cars. They've been able to get them to drive a little bit better. They saw what they were dealing with in those qualifying races. I think the cars are much better today.
Guys, let's take a look at the race analysis. We're back stage racing for the 2nd year in a row. There you see the first 2 stages will be 60, 60, and in the 3rd stage, the checkered flag, 80 laps for a total of 500 miles, 200 laps. Pit road speed, 55 miles per hour. In the fuel window, 46 to 48 laps today.
Thanks, Larry Mack. 2nd year for stage racing, so at the end of each stage, the caution flag will wave. Points awarded to the top 10, and then pit road will open for service.
You know, Mike, one thing I see about the cars already, we've only run 5 laps, but they don't seem to be wiggling and wobbling around quite as bad as they did earlier in the week. So it just tells me these teams have learned a lot.
Give it time, DW.
Box visor cam. This is Kurt Busch, the defending Daytona 500 winner. He and Daniel Suarez are both wearing the visor cam on their helmet. This is as close as you're ever going to get to be behind the seat.
4 wide. Chase Elliott, Joey Logano with Alex Bowman on the outside. It's going to squeeze into that small hole between the 20 of Eric Jones and Bowman. That was tight.
Yeah, this is fun to watch. I hope it lasts.
Tight with you. Clear to the bottom. Clear to the bottom. 22 tight with you. Still clear bottom by 2.
You hear the spotters up on the roof. That is Alex Bowman, spotter Kevin Hamlin.
Yeah, a spotter change this year. It used to be TJ Majors of that 88 team for Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's actually now on the 22 of Joey Logano.
I just think that's a huge advantage to have a spotter that can tell you when you're clear and when to make the move.
Let's go down to the leaders pit, Jamie Little.
And Denny Hamlin telling his spotter right now, tell Bubba Wallace that if he can just be patient, we can hook up and we can pull away from the pack. So he really wants to work with the 43. He's watching in his rear view to see what he's doing.
Well, look what's further back. 3 wide, well back through the field.
All that 3 wide, 4 wide racing, all that would do if I'm out front is encourage myself to get in line and pull away and stay away from as long as I possibly could.
Now this first stage is 60 laps. The cars will go about 48 laps on a tank of fuel. Could we see some early comers to pit road? We'll go side by side and find out.
This video.
Caution out here at Daytona. Corey LaJoie appears to have lost an engine. Everybody's lined up like they want to come to pit road, which is open this time around. And here they come, Vince Welch.
Well, the 41 of Kurt Busch, he's going to take fuel only, says we're early. It's a little free on entry, but otherwise pretty good. Regan.
House Jr. hits pit road. Fuel only for him. He's happy with his car. Jamie.
Denny Hamlin slid through his pit box. They had to back him up. It's a fuel-only stop, and he's still backing up, Matt.
Bubba Wallace, fuel only as well. 2 seconds of fuel, and he smokes him, leaving the pit box.
Denny Hamlin was the race leader. He's going to be the 15th car out of pit road, not counting the 7 that stayed on the racetrack and did not make pit stops. Well, a costly mistake early for Hamlin, but plenty of time to rebound.
But
Was that the wind or the swing?
The AC unit, I think.
Yeah, the AC. Because it was snowing a little bit today, right?
Two-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers sitting on Danica Patrick's pit box today. A lot of stars from across sports on hand. Chipper Jones is here. Now here's Denny Hamlin. He is serving a one-lap penalty, Larry. What was the call?
Well, you saw him slide through the pits, and he was over the front line. Here he comes in. You're going to see him slide the tires, and he's going to slide over the front of his box. Now, he backs it up, but before he backs it up all the way in, you can see right there, he's still not in his box. The fuel man is fueling the race car right there, and that's pitting outside the box under caution. It is a one-lap penalty. That's why they're holding that 11th car.
That's really bad news.
Of all the drivers who have such confidence going into this race, probably the last one I'd expect to have pre-race jitters is Denny Hamlin. Could this have been something mechanical?
Well, that was not an overshot. I mean, he almost went into the next pit box. That was, usually it's by a few inches or a foot. That was several feet.
Yeah, I wonder if that opening right in front of him had something to do with that, because there's nothing there.
Trevor Bain's crew over the wall too soon. As we go back to green, Michael McDowell too fast entering pit road. Both starting tail end of the longest line as Kurt Busch, the defending 500 winner, leads them into turn one.
Kurt is a great little restrictor plate race. Always has been. He just could never find victory circle.
Very costly for Chase Elliott. He gets stuck in the outside lane. It's going to take him all the way back to this line.
Busch, Stenhouse in the 17, Wallace in the 43, pole sitter Alex Bowman in the 88.
Oh, well, we just settle in now. Just mind your manners, and got a long way to go, brother.
Last year in winning the 500, Kurt Busch led only the last lap of 200.
I think when you're a rookie, when you're a young guy, it's almost like riding a motorcycle. Hey, this thing feels good, and you get real confident, then you get overconfident. That's what you have to be careful of.
Riding with Joey Logano.
Here comes the 70 ACU, clear by half in front of you there.
He's in sixth place.
Lined up with you. 70 is getting a push in your mirror. They're clear by 1 in front of him. Clear by 1 up there. Here comes 78. And line in.
That's Casey Kane, new to the 95 team.
It's only 200 miles per hour, inches away from one another, and you've got somebody giving you that much information. That's the skill it takes to be a driver, not just what's going on with your hands on the wheel, what you're feeling, but you have to take in that information. It's critical.
Daniel Suarez wearing our Fox helmet visor cam. Look way up at the top of the screen in that mirror that he glances at almost constantly to see where everyone is around him.
Now, what we don't get when we mount cameras to the actual chassis on top of the roof that we get with this visor cam, you're seeing and feeling every bump that Daniel Suarez is feeling. You're seeing his hands move on the steering wheel. I mean, this is as real as it gets.
For the lead. They call him Bowman the Showman because in his 80 previous starts, well, he was just kind of there. But now he's on the pole for the 500. He's in the car. Dale Earnhardt Jr. rode to many wins, and he's a threat.
Yeah, in the past, he's just been a part of the show, Mike. Today, he'd like to be the show.
He might just be.
Denny Hamlin may have car trouble. He has lost the draft and is about a quarter lap down after serving that penalty, plus a lap.
Well, I saw what Nascar did. They kept him on pit road. As the cars were coming to take the green, then they released him. So by the time he left pit road, that pack was already pulling away, and he could not catch the draft.
Here's his teammate, Hamlin's teammate, Eric Jones, in the 20, up to second place. Here's Matt.
Mike, Greg Ives told Alex Bowman that in this event, especially early on, you're going to be earning a reputation either as a solid drafter or someone who will make wild moves. He said, yes, you can block, but just don't throw blocks like maybe some other drivers. And he named the 22 of Logano or the 42 of Larson, who have a lot more experience. He said, race smart. Work on that reputation.
And largely, that's because Thursday, in his qualifying duel race, since Bowman had already locked up the Daytona 500 pole the previous Sunday, he backed out and was not running with the lead pack for most of that race.
I just think that was smart. You start on the pole with the Daytona 500, or you maybe take a chance tearing your car up in a qualifying race. I like what they did.
Well, it certainly looks really smart right now. And, you know, there's one thing about having confidence.
Who is this?
Oh, we got one down
Casey
pit road.
Kane.
Casey Kane.
He got run. I don't know. Somebody kind of got him off the course there and ran him down the hill.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to back it down a lot more than that if he wants to prevent getting a penalty from NASCAR.
Well, I think it is. If you get forced on the pit road and you slow down as you go down pit road, you'll be okay with that. So I think he's all right.
He's the 95 on the inside lane underneath Bubba Wallace there, and Austin Dillon, or rather Ryan Newman.
So he actually lost the nose going up the racetrack, got a little bit tight. As he tried to recover it, it jumped out, got a little loose on that transition, and then a little bit of a nudge from Daniel Suarez. Let's ride on board.
One outside. Quarterback to the front, half to the 2.
Wow.
And Daniel did everything he could to not get into the back. That could have been much bigger than it was.
And for Casey Kane, that's how you go from 5th to 37th, like that.
And I think we put that camera on the right guy, too, because Suarez has given us some great shots the last couple of days.
And Denny Hamlin might have a drafting partner now, Casey Kane.
How about our 7-time champion, Jimmy Johnson? He's worked his way up through more than half the field in his number 48 Chevrolet. There he is, tacked onto the main draft. Vince?
Well, Jimmy had told Chad Knaus, his crew chief, that he was a little free in and off. And on that first round of pit stops, they came in and just took fuel only. And then Chad Knaus said, you know what, there's not that many people behind us. Let's just come back in and put on 4 tires. So Jimmy came back in a second time. They put on the 4 tires. I think it's making a difference. He's working his way up through there.
Yeah, I think 4 tires is security. I mean, if you're doubting your car or you're a little bit worried about the condition or how your car's handling, 4 tires will help. Jamie.
Guys, Denny Hamlin riding around in the back right now. He lost the draft. Everything is fine with his car, but he simply has no friends and no cars around. Oh, and Casey Kane just blew down pit road. He said, all right, I think I might have a drafting partner. So, Jeff, you were spot on.
Guys, I think that was a great look into how these cars are going to be handling today. Casey Kane just couldn't hold it down on the bottom. His car drifted up. He put some extra wheel to it, and he nearly spun out. All these guys are battling loose cars and not being able to grip to the road. That's just a preview of what we can see later.
Alex Bowman, Kyle Busch, the lead draft. At age 16, Bowman was in a USAC midget race on the Las Vegas dirt track, crashed, broke both collarbones, all his right side ribs, collapsed both lungs. He was in the ICU for 7 days, and the first question he asked the doctor, when can I get back in a race car?
That's a racer right there,
that's
brother.
when you know you're a professional race car driver.
Here comes Jones, that Jones boy on the outside. Last year's Rookie of the Year from Michigan, Eric Jones, side by side with Alex Bowman.
He has impressed me so much this week. He has not had the best handling race car. He has had his hands full. He's had to drive the wheels off of that thing to get that third place finish on Thursday's duels. And look at this car now up front trying to take the lead.
He's got help from Ricky Stenhouse.
Yeah. Might not want to let Stenhouse get to your left rear.
Regan Smith.
Guys, it's rare for a race car driver to be happy the entire speed weeks down here, but that's just what Ricky Stenhouse was. Crew Chief Brian Patty said he has had 0 complaints about his race car all week. He's been fast and aggressive. We've seen that already.
And his sprint car team won up at the dirt track, so it's been a great week for Stenhouse all the way around.
Well, they've got the really good restrictor plate program. The Ford guys all are fast. Stenhouse won a couple of restrictor plate races. Talladega won here. Pretty good little restrictor racer.
Jeff, why can't either lane gain advantage here?
Well, I don't know if it has something to do with the handling right now where you can't get up to the rear bumper and push aggressively to break that car out from maybe the inside or outside lane. Maybe they're content being there, or, you know, it's just the way the draft's working with this, you know, lower down ride height and the spoiler down out of the air.
Stenhouse gives Jones a boot right into the lead. "23 laps complete at the stripe. Eric Jones, Ricky Stenhouse, Joey Logano, and Alex Bowman, the front 4. Happy Daytona Day, everybody. We're 23 laps into the 500.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official fan refreshment of NASCAR, and by Prat1 Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR.
26 laps complete. Let's have a look at today's Ford Performance track facts. Kurt Busch won last year's race in a Ford. The only back-to-back Daytona 500 wins by Ford. Trevor Bayne, Matt Kenseth, 2011 and 12. The Blue Oval Brigade has won 15 Daytona 500s and the last 7 NASCAR restrictor plate races at Daytona and Talladega. Eric Jones, your leader, Ricky Stenhouse, Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Daniel Suarez, the first Chevy Bowman back in 9th. While we were away, Bubba Wallace, who had been right up there with the leaders.
This is a metal roof, and this is a metal roof, and you guessed it.
With the leaders, kind of ran out of racing room here.
Yeah, he just gets a little bit wide off of turn 4. Does a great job. This could have been much worse damage. He just scrapes the outside wall.
Yeah, I don't see any damage, really. I think knocked a little paint off the wall, and that's about it.
He's still running in 14th place.
Oh, good. Just dusted the right rear quarter. Get some pictures, right rear quarter. May need to pull it.
Really important for the driver to give that information back to the team so they can be prepared to possibly make an adjustment, or if he has a problem, if it cuts a tire, they can be ready.
Matt?
He just came on the radio, Mike, Darrell Wallace Jr. in the 43, telling Drew Blickensderfer the car just does not feel comfortable now. He was asking his spotter to try to get him down to the bottom. Meanwhile, the 18, Kyle Busch, down on the apron.
What's happened to Kyle Busch?
I think something with the tire. Left rear tire's flat.
That's it.
I don't know if he had a rub or what happened.
Left rear is down. Just don't tear the quarter panel apart.
Now we stay green.
Left side. Gas man can only gas. Gas man can only gas. Left side.
Kyle Busch was in 5th place.
Boy, he did an amazing job not to go up onto the banking. Look at him working the wheel from inside. That's just saving that car.
Okay, left rear flat, guys. Apron it.
So Kyle Busch is on pit road as the field goes up into turn 3.
Mike, that's the tire that they seem to work with the most, air pressure-wise. We saw that happen to Jimmy Johnson, you know, in the qualifying race. I'm not sure what happened here, but I know low air pressure will do that.
Matt?
Mike, remember, they took fuel only the first stop, but when he was entering his pit box, the team was concerned that Kyle Busch might have slid his left side tires. They told him to keep abreast of that in case he picked up a vibration. He didn't say anything until the tire went flat.
Kyle Busch back on track. He will join Casey Kane, Mark Thompson, Denny Hamlin, and David Gilliland a lap down.
Pretty tough start here for Joe Gibbs Racing with Denny Hamlin's troubles on pit road. Now Kyle Busch with the tire issue.
Yeah, I think Kyle was really lucky. That happened going down the back straightaway. The car was going pretty straight. He was able to hang on to it.
Now, let me correct. Only Hamlin is a lap down, but he is drafting with cars that have lost the lead draft. Gilliland, Kane, and Thompson. Right there. Eric Jones with the front end of his Toyota from Joe Gibbs Racing in the wind. Last year's Rookie of the Year. Joe Gibbs named him to move from Furniture Row back to the mothership, Joe Gibbs Racing, and they displaced former champion and proven winner Matt Kenseth. They must really think this young man has a bright future.
Well, and I think that's a great race team. I mean, you know what they did with Matt Kenseth down here in the past, and here's Eric, got a lot of talent. All he needs is just a little luck, and he could be somebody really, have a really big year, I think.
Eric Jones leading Ricky Stenhouse and Joey Logano with 31 laps complete.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend, designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you? Peekaboo.
I come from a family of aviators. I currently have 10.
Chevy, the most awarded and fastest growing brand the last 4 years overall.
35 laps complete. There's the Chevy of Jimmy Johnson, which has worked its way up into the front pack in 4th place with Brad Keselowski in a Ford. They both had to start from the back in backup cars. But out front in his 7th Daytona 500, Olive Branch, Mississippi's Ricky Stenhouse is leading the Great American Race for the very first time.
I think it's a point in a run here, Mike, where the good handling cars start to come to the front. The guys with the better handling cars, they seem to be able to find the front after they run a few laps. Tires get hot, fuel burns off, balance changes, they go to the front.
Danica Patrick on the inside in 19th in her final NASCAR start. Here's Jamie.
And her car feels pretty good so far. Mike, this is what she said on the radio just moments ago.
I'm doing all right. I mean, yeah, it's loose, but it feels fairly balanced, loose, just a little bit.
Doing a great job. Just keep it up.
Not the same team she's run with for most of her NASCAR career. That was Stuart Haas. This is Jay Robinson's Premium Motorsports, and in this one-off final ride.
I love her attitude this week. You know, she's calm. You could hear her right there. She's just got a lot of patience. She's done so well at Daytona. She told me a lot of that has to do with being patient. And you could sense that in her voice right then. She's got a good handling car also.
Yeah, I think that somebody that's been here a little bit, got some experience. No need to panic. Work with your crew. Let them fix the car before you wreck it. Give them a chance to work on it before you do something that'll get you in trouble.
William Byron, new to the number 24 at Hendrick Motorsports. Chase Elliott had that number last year. This year, Elliott driving the number 9 that his dad made famous. And rookie William Byron takes over the keys to the 24.
I think he's going to school. I think that's what he's doing. He's just taking notes, mental notes. Where do I need to be? High, low? What's my car need? Just really, really taking his time with this race.
Alex Bowman, the pole sitter in the 88. Kyle Larson and Bowman battle with Trevor Bayne in the black car. Regan?
Yeah, guys, Kyle Larson was planning to stay back during this run. His car's obviously pretty good. He's gotten himself up front right now.
Well, Regan, that's quite a change from what he's had earlier in the week. We have seen him absolutely sideways, dirt tracking it around this 2.5-mile restrictor plate track. So great to hear that he's got that handling that he needs, and now he's also showing a lot of patience. I think he'll definitely be a factor.
I tell you what, if he gets in front, he is one of the hardest guys to pass. I can tell you that. We see Dale Jr. here. He's sitting on, I'm sure, Eric Bowman's pit box here, the 88 car, taking notes, trying to have some input.
Ryan Blaney, they're in the middle, the new driver for Team Penske, now a 3-car team. And Blaney in 8th place finish.
That's right. He had been running up a little bit higher, but the car had gotten a little loose, made a track bar adjustment from inside the cockpit, and that has given him a little bit more stability. But they have been strong all weekend long. Of course, won the duel on Thursday. He was the youngest winner in the series last season at 23 years of age when he scored that first victory in June at Pocono.
And he just gave Clint Boyer a heart stopper.
Yes, he did.
He's not shy, I can tell you that.
I know that looks like just a small slide on Clint Boyer, but if we had that visor camera on him, I guarantee his hands were turned to the right.
Watch this.
Boyer's in the 14.
You can just see he's wiggling back and forth, a little fishtailing coming off of turn 4. Great job of saving that car, keeping it going.
"20 laps to go in stage 1. Ricky Stenhouse's Ford out front.
those young men that are up there right now in the top 10.
Kurt Busch will be very happy you called him a young man. And for the lead, engine number 9, Chase Elliott, bringing it around the outside of Ricky Stenhouse. Does he have a little help from Joey Logano and Kurt Busch?
You know, Chase Elliott had fallen back a little bit further than I expected him to at the beginning of this race. But he must have a really good handling car, DW and Mike, because he has gone up there and driven by some cars, some really good cars, to take this lead.
Yeah, that's what I saw in the qualifying race. That's what I see right now. His car's really handling well.
He has been aggressive coming to the front. Watch this move on Joey Logano 2 laps ago.
He pushed Joey into turn 3, and that drifted Joey up the racetrack. You can see Joey working the steering wheel and the thing going back and forth, and Chase Elliott takes advantage of it. Now I think Logano might repay the favor here.
You don't think a driver would do that, do you? You move me, I'll move you. It's early.
I didn't have a very good memory until it came to that.
Eric Jones to the inside, 3 wide for second for a moment. And Jones pulls up in third with Stenhouse, the blue car, now on the outside in fourth, Regan.
Well, the good news for Stenhouse, he's fallen back just a little bit right here, but the team has told him to save fuel. And, Jeff, the only way I know to save fuel at Daytona is to get back in the draft and lift just a little bit.
That's it. I mean, if you're holding it wide open, you're not saving any fuel. I don't care what kind of draft you're in. It's all about lifting.
Eric Jones in fifth, down to the inside. Kurt Busch slides down in front of him as Joey Logano takes the lead.
Yeah, Logano took that high line, and man, did he have some momentum off the corner, but Chase fights back. This is when
he almost ran the 22 Logano. Oh, 3-1.
Not going to like that at all.
No. If I were Logano, I wouldn't like that move.
He did not like that door being slammed in his face. That is Chase Elliott's spotter.
Here comes your push button. Right on you. All clear. All clear. 2 wide behind you. 1 back. Bottom rolling.
Eddie DeHaan talking about that push that he got from Ricky Stenhouse.
Is even with him, but the top is loose.
You know what I like, Mike? They're fighting for the lead.
Still there.
I mean, it's not like you go ahead and lead a while, I'll bother you. They're fighting for the lead right now.
Hard shove coming here. Real tight behind you. Formed up well. Still there.
See?
Still.
It's like you're...
Rear bumper on Chase Elliott's car. He's been getting a lot of pushes to get to the front. Rear bumper's beat in there pretty good.
Well,
that's what it's going to take.
Can't go any lower, that's for sure. It'll be dragging the ground.
Belly on your quarter.
Really vulnerable position to be in for Chase Elliott when that outside car's right on your quarter panel.
Stenhouse is right on him, too.
And Mike, these cars are not at a premium. The handling right now is not at where you'd like for it to be. I mean, we're coming up here to a 60-lap break, and these cars are probably a little loose.
No, but you know who's loving this? Denny Hamlin. Those guys that are trying to stay on from going another lap down. There's a 3-car draft just ahead of these guys.
Once again, let's go Fox side by side. caution of the day. Kyle Busch has cut down another left rear tire. It sent him spinning up in turn number 3. Also trouble for Jamie McMurray with a right front, and DJ Kennington, both on pit road, may have run over some of the debris. Let's ride with Kyle Busch here.
Back of the car a little bit for the pack. I'll take it. We're wrecked, guys. We're wrecked.
Kyle Busch that caught Kennington as he went around. Pit road is open. Not a lot of takers, but they're led by Joey Logano down pit road. Kevin Harvick is in. Larry?
You know, guys, what we're seeing here, we're seeing the drivers that stayed out on the racetrack. They're thinking about stage 1. That'll be about 6 laps when we go back racing. The drivers pitting, they're thinking about the big picture. Matt.
At the beginning of the run, Joey Logano said the car was tight on the splitter. Now you can see the adjustment handle was laying on the deck lid. They made an adjustment. The car was neutral to free near the end. 4-tire change here on the 22 of Logano, while Kyle Busch's team still repairs that 18.
Second caution flag of the day. It comes with 8 laps to go in stage 1. As we are under caution, you're going to get an exclusive look at the broadcast premiere of Goodyear's powerful new commercial featuring Dale Earnhardt Jr.
That was terrible. There's multiple crashes. They're pushing. They're touching tires. Oh my! When the car gets cars are touching the tires, that's gonna be more difficult to shove. You like shove, then you get right here, and the tire goes right here to the flip you. I mean, you're gonna go upside down probably. What do you say? Get the next race over with? Yeah. Second race. Here it comes. Monster Truck 30. The Monster Truck, here it comes. What? I'm dominating this race. No one can get past me right now. And 200 laps already. And oh my goodness. And there's a big one behind them. I'm gonna win it. No, you won't. Now it's 3 wide. 2. The longest of 9. They get turned. Clips him. Comes back. Clips him. But he's gonna take the win anyway. Go back to back. I'm back to back. That's back to back, baby. There's no way. Wait, you heard that? Let me do it again. Yeah, that's another win. Welcome back to more racing. You like the new derby up? Yeah, the derbies. Yeah, the race. One derby. I gotta say, we go back to back. That's right. But now, can someone that's out this way? Looks like he might. Oh no, oh my big one, the big one. Behind. That's gonna cause traffic red light. The red, the yellow light, the yellow light, he goes. He's over the back. Tornado. No, there's no tornadoes. You know where this is gonna be awful hurt. Yeah. He finally gets it. So right. Guys just have some crazy classes.
Attention shoppers, for more browsing, go to Guardians.com. We've got a big story to tell.
All these other ones are bigger than him. He's up in the lead right now. We might see another one.
The
Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Crisp Cold Busch.
53 laps complete. The top 10 cars did not pit under this caution. Kurt Busch, Chase Elliott, and Eric Jones. Elliott's in one of those new 2018 Camaros debuting on the track today. Jeff Gordon took the street version of the Camaro on track for a unique look.
Feels great to be back out here at Daytona. And I know you think of a super speedway as being big, being wide. But here at Daytona, that's what makes it so challenging and unique. It is very narrow. These drivers make it look so easy.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm sitting over, you know, right? Tired, yeah. Tired, yeah, yeah. He dominates the race, finally getting his first in since 1995. It's 1995. It's 1995 to 2025. It's been a while. You want to see why? He's been like, he's been like in the worst situations with old comers as well.
The pace car, they're afraid you won't pull in.
That car is about capable of going the speeds of these cars. Pretty impressive, and it was great to get back out on the track at Daytona.
I love it when somebody like Jeff drives a car and he said, don't go forward and don't ask me how I know.
Right. All right, the first 10 cars did not stop. As you see them on the left side of your screen, down to A.J. Allmendinger. Everyone from there up stayed on the racetrack during this caution and will take the green flag with 5 laps to go in stage 1. After 5 laps, the field will cycle through the start-finish line. The first 10 positions will be frozen at the line to award the first stage points of the new season, including one very important playoff point to the first stage winner. So here they come toward the Geico restart zone. Camry pace car makes that sharp left. No turn signal required. Here we go.
About to find out how important stage points and playoff points are going to be in 2018.
I think Larry may have mentioned this, but some of these guys are thinking big picture. That's why they pitted. Not sure they're all that concerned about this stage or thinking big picture win this race.
I find it interesting, Martin Truex Jr. told you he wasn't interested in stage points. He stayed out. Throw that caution right there.
Truex is number 78 in 7th place. Kurt Busch the leader. Chase Elliott second, the orange car. Number 19, Daniel Suarez there.
Oh,
Jones in
contact between the 41 and Kurt Busch and Chase Elliott.
You know, I've known Chase has been pretty aggressive down here, Jeff. He's been putting that car in a lot of tight spots.
I think he's gotten a lot more confidence on these restrictor plate tracks, and he's driving with authority, and that's, to me, telling me he has a really good race car underneath him.
You know what I like was his dad in our pre-race show, and he said the last 10 races of last year, that kid, he grew up a lot.
Matured a lot what he went through. I agree.
15 cars in a breakaway in the lead draft.
These guys have been dicing it up more than I could have ever imagined at this stage of the Daytona 500. You expect this in the closing laps, not before the close of the whole stage. Trouble.
Who in the heck was that?
Larson. That was Kyle Larson.
Man.
Just snapped loose.
Did he get the wall?
I don't think he did. I think he just got sideways and straightened it right up and kept going.
I don't know how he did that.
It's that dirt track experience. Quick hands.
Watch for his number 42 on the right of your screen coming into frame.
He's got one car on the outside and getting him loose. Whoa, a little contact with Logano.
And let's ride with Larson as that happened into turn 3.
There's no air getting to his car, downforce right there, because he's got 3 in front of him, 2 on each side of him. Another great save for him this week. He had an amazing save earlier in the week, and there's another one.
No aero downforce and a light fuel load as we come to the end of this stage. Kurt Busch and Chase Elliott fight for the lead. Joey Logano pitting.
Yeah, he's got that contact. I think may have gotten the left side or left rear tire.
Now the pits are closed 2 laps before the end of each stage.
Did Logano make it to pit road before they closed it? Oh, Chase Elliott's going to get caught in the middle. As Eric Jones goes to the outside to make it 3 wide.
Kurt Busch comes up to block. Eric Jones. Whoa, down to the middle. Stenhouse, 17.
Yeah,
Blaney in the 12, and Bowman the 88.
When the 41 blocked the 20, the 20 had to get out of the gas a little bit. They'd open the door for all these guys to come running up on him.
And these guys are driving like it's the last lap of the race.
So just going to be the last lap of stage 1 next time by.
I think we're seeing how important they think stage points are.
Joey Logano exits the pits 1 lap down.
I think Martin Truex Jr. may have had a little something to do with that, with what he did last year with those playoff and stage points.
19 stage wins he had last year.
The Nascar is still reviewing the number 22 of Logano to see if he will be penalized. Look at this! Oh, Stenhouse! He saved it!
No, Eric Jones is not going to be able to save it.
Jones did not.
Come on.
Jones, his teammate Suarez, William Byron, Jimmy Johnson are all in it along with Ty Dillon.
Trevor Bayne was able to weave his way through there.
Caution. And the green and white checkered flag to end stage 1 with Kurt Busch, the stage winner. Alex Bowman in second. Ricky Stenhouse third.
It's too early for those types of aggressive moves. You don't need to do. I know stage points are important, but the Daytona 500 is the most important thing.
Big picture. What's wrong with these people? Can they think big picture?
Daniel Suarez, all torn up.
Yeah.
Trying to be the first non-American-born 500 winner since Mario Andretti in '67.
Jimmy Johnson.
Won't happen today.
Jimmy Johnson might get his third race.
He's not running a race without damaging the car this week.
Half of Team Hendrick and half of Joe Gibbs Racing taken out in that crash.
Oh, well.
Now this guy got their tires hurt. Now back to another.
There is Eric Jones, last year's Rookie of the Year. Such high hopes for him today. The blimp is a great view to sort out what happened here. 3 wide. Look at the orange number 19 and the 88.
So the 12 of Blaney goes try to make a move on the 17 of Stenhouse. He blocks it. They make contact. Great save by Stenhouse, but so much momentum coming with the 20 of Eric Jones. When he gets into the back of the 17 of Stenhouse, his car starts going around on him.
What a shame.
Your tire might pop off.
What a shame.
Yep, tire might pop.
6 cars involved, riding with Daniel Suarez.
That was violent.
Now you know what it's like to wreck at Daytona going into turn 3.
Now, 7-time series champ Jimmy Johnson's on board.
Absolutely nothing you can do in that situation.
Yeah, they have a flat tire a little bit. Now,
Let's have a look from the back straightaway.
Cars are getting repaired.
Has this developed?
This is going to send them into overtime.
Big move to the outside to block Blaney by Stenhouse. I thought for sure Stenhouse was going around.
Yeah, he looked like he was long gone, and that's really what caused this whole thing. When he came up in front of Eric Jones in the 20, Jones had nowhere to go.
And Bowman had filled that space in the inside to make it 3 wide with Eric Jones, so he had nowhere to go.
Ty Dillon in the 13. Eric Jones, Daniel Suarez, Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Larson, who has made it to pit road.
Right there in front of you. Right on the bumper here. Hang on, hang on, hang on.
They're still working on the car. I think, yeah, this guy might be
A couple drivers who tried to sneak through. William Byron was one. Trevor Bayne in the 6 was another. Byron in the 24.
It's up on the outside there.
Oh, no.
He's behind Jimmy Johnson. Just look at him in a big slide. Oh, a little bit of contact.
Now here comes the 6. Here comes Bayne.
Goes up the banking.
And makes it.
And see, that's why when you see it all happening, you get on the brakes, you slow it down so you can make it through.
Stage 1 is over, and the race is over for several.
This is flat. That might be 2 flat tires, but nope. Somehow that car does say that. But no, it's got some damage, some really hard damage. Like here. On the other side, I think he has like terrible damage. Yeah, we don't. And then these two can make it out alive, but this car right here makes it out alive. Oh, that was a weak. Somehow that fits back in. But that's totaling almost everybody out of this race. They have to get some fresh tire right now. Yep, they're fixing the cars. It might make some sense. Yeah, we have to get that tire, because that tire, looking like that tire might be low. Yeah, but we're looking at it. Trying to fix it. Yep, it's good. Yeah, we had it. I should have saw that coming. I had a little piece of damage. Just saw that coming. Now they're pushing each other. One blue, and the tire can pop. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Really? What? Can I take the tire off? Imagine. Can we pop that tire off? Good. Uh-oh. No, that's not gonna be good! And quits both of them! Quits both cars! That car, that total him. That's car total. There's no way. Oh! And then another car right here. Another car. Getting hard. We're having 2 flat tires. That's not good. They're done. This team right here might be done. We might be done. The thing, we have to get that thing off. We can't race right now. The wheel. Fucking blob. The tire's fucking. No, we need to get that tire off of there. This thing. The tire's fucking to blob them. An idea. Tire off? How you gonna get it off of there? How do we get the tire off?
Pit road will be open for the end of stage 1, and the first car to pit road, Kurt Busch, getting his first stage win ever with new crew chief Billy Scott. Here's Vince.
The 41 of Kurt Busch in his pit box, he said it's just a little bit snug, so they're going to make a small wedge adjustment, 4 tires and fuel, Regan.
I've heard Ricky Stenhouse Jr. say all day is, wow, it took everything I had to save that race car. 4 tires and fuel, back.
And Bubba Wallace earlier in the event saying the car was on the free side. They made it better this past run here for Bubba.
For the second time today, the leader has missed his pit box. Kurt Busch going to have to do a go-around. He slid through his pit. Here's the Sunoco race off pit road. Kurt Busch, of course, did not stop.
Mike, he didn't slide through his pit. He never even got the 78 car was in the way, and he couldn't get in his pit.
Just wonder if those rear ride heights being down low is having an effect on how these cars are braking into the. Oh no, yeah, he just completely overshot it.
Things get curiouser here at the end of stage 1.
Yeah. You put LP. What's that stand for? Yeah, the LPD. I don't know. Put that on there, but we don't know. racing. I don't know about that, right, Deal? Green flag, one final time. Here we are with the overtime 9. Means if the car crashes, it's all over, right? And the car gets a flat tire, it's over. And then they bang it. They crush each other, hitting the wall hard. But the race is not. Wait, if you get the flat tire, you can't win the race. That's over. Wait, no, you got the tire down. Hitting the wall hard right here. Putting his tire in jeopardy. Wait, if he has a flat tire, how is he going to get to the race line? Ah, how about that? Watch out, slow car. The race is going to be called. Call the race win. That's the overtime 9. Here's their second overtime 9. There's 2, I mean. They're going to bang for it. They're going to bang. Not close, but he got it. Yeah, I can't make it go over when we cause that big pile up. Shark, what's on your hand? Yeah, we cause a big one and he gets clipped. Yeah, it's all over. Should have saw that coming. After I saw that, see, that's why that car right here is having some good rubber. Yeah, some good. This car's also a good car. Oh, welcome to
the Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by USAA Insurance, Banking, and Investments, tailored for the military community and their families.
Under caution, the end of stage 1. Let's use our Goodyear aerial coverage to once again look at this crash at the end of the first stage. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven.
Tire down. Nope, tire's still not doing it. Yep, tire's gonna get stuck.
See Bowman just squeezed through. Let's watch Chase Elliott.
Oh, there it is.
Chase Elliott, nice job of getting
Paul Menard.
Jimmy Johnson collected. Here's Jamie.
And for Jimmy Johnson, that is the third wrecked race car this week. Jimmy, looking back at that video, what were those moments like that led to that?
I think there was some great racing throughout, but unfortunately, many thought that was the black and white checkered flag, not the green and white checkered flag. So, I mean, lap 59 to be throwing blocks and stuff like that just led to a lot of wrecked race cars. So we'll get to work and go to Atlanta next week. But just disappointed for the Slows team and everybody at Undercover Sports for all the hard work they put into it. But we'll get this Camaro LS1 dialed in for Atlanta and take it over there.
Thanks, Jimmy.
And that's a track he's really good at. But look at Jimmy Johnson's wheat. They've been overtime running trucks up and down from Concord, North Carolina and Hendrick Motorsports because first, last Sunday in the clash, Jimmy Johnson turned around into the wall, out of the race. And then Thursday night in his Can-Am duel, a tire goes down. And he collects Eric Almirola both out of the race. Then today he gets swept up in this.
Jimmy Johnson's just been a victim of carnage here at Daytona this week.
Nowhere to go.
Sometimes it just goes that way. You get in a slump. And
that was his third brand new race car of the week. Toyota Camry XSE for 2018 leads them around, and the lights are off. Wheel and caution lights are off atop it. That means we're going green this time by with Alex Bowman and Ryan Blaney up front. Chevy versus Ford. Then a bunch of Fords. Harvick, Menard, Almirola, Keselowski, Stenhouse. Then Brendan Gaud Chevrolet. The first Toyota is Greg Galding back in 14th. Green flag, stage 2.
The first car with fresh tires, Ricky Stenhouse, back in 7th.
Denny Hamlin is back on the lead lap as we begin stage 2.
What just happened there? The car is unfixed. What just happened there? We're in overtime, boys.
Well, one thing we've seen that's been really tough to beat is when those Fords get single file and start working together. We've got 4 or 5 of them in that outside lane.
And that 12 car has been fast all week long, Mike.
Eric Jones, Daniel Suarez, checked and released at the infield care center. Paul Menard in the 21, trying to pick up where Ryan Blaney left off last year. Hello to Glenn Wood, the patriarch of the Wood brothers that know the way to victory lane here in the Daytona 500 so well. First time ever that Glenn Wood has missed Daytona Speed Weeks. He's been coming down here since they raced on the sands, late 1940s. His younger brother Leonard, both Hall of Famers, they're both, and Leonard is here.
Leonard's down there right now thinking about how can I tune this thing up and run this a little wee bit better.
Something we've seen a lot of already in this early stages of the Daytona 500. A lot of side-by-side action. Pretty hard to get out there and take that lead, but Ryan Blaney does it with a nice push from Paul Menard.
Thursday night, Bubba Wallace tweeted a video of Ryan Blaney celebrating after his qualifying race win in his bus. Ryan Blaney was rocking a Chase Elliott t-shirt.
You know, Paul Menard is his crew chief, Greg Irwin. Greg's a pretty experienced guy with a lot of knowledge, and they're really got a pretty good car today.
Danica Patrick reporting a vibration on her in-car radio. Blaney, Menard, Keselowski, 3 fast forwards out front of Alex Bowman in a Chevrolet. And as we watch live action, let's take one last ride with Daniel Suarez. The big pile up at lap 60 on the backstretch. Pretty hard hit for Daniel Suarez there. Here's Jamie.
Only Mexican-born driver in the field, having a great day. You were running top 5 there. Thank you for carrying that visor cam, giving us that perspective. But what did you see in those moments beforehand?
Well, really, things were getting a little crazy for the end of the stage. I thought in this kind of races you need to be in 2 places, either in the front or in the back. And I feel like, you know, the guys did an amazing job working on the car. The 19 Iris Toyota Camry was very fast, and we were able to race in the front. And I thought I was going to be safer up there, but I guess just, you know, a couple of guys over there just over-aggressive a little too early.
Thanks, Jamie. Of the 7 cars involved in that crash, a number of them are back on track, and at least one is up there in the mix. William Byron in the 24 in 15th place. A little bit of damage, the crash damage that they have repaired, but he's been back up to speed there.
You know, Mike, you're so disappointed. You've been here for a week now. You get ready for the biggest race of your life, the Daytona 500, and you get taken out by something that really you had nothing to do with. So disappointing to have to leave here with a wrecked race car.
That's the fight that you have to put into the Daytona 500. You never give up on working on that car to get it to the end of this race, because you never know how things are going to unfold, and that's what those guys did a great job of on the 24 car.
Well, at the end of stage 1, we saw our stage winner, Kurt Busch, come in and overshoot his pit. Vince.
Well, and he's a veteran, a former champion, not the kind of mistake you normally see Kurt make, and Kurt said it was 100% his fault, and then he referenced the fact that he'll be paying the penalty on Tuesday at the shop.
That mistake is 100 push-ups and pit practice on Tuesday. All right, pit bar. I was so going to nail Scotty's pit road map than I did.
Self-discipline, Kurt Busch, I love it.
Only overshot it by 1.
Yeah, give me 100.
It was odd, Larry, that Denny Hamlin did the same thing on the very first stop of the race, and it looked like, could it have been something mechanical?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, the only thing that's different from when we raced here a year ago is the no ride height through, dropping these cars down in the rear. And I just, for the life of me, I don't know what that would have to do with a car not being able to stop, unless it's something to do with how aggressive they are with the rear shocks and the rear springs.
That's TJ Kennington's car. Jimmy Johnson's. A lot of carnage in the early going. 72 laps in Daytona.
here. I'm here, boys. I'm here. Been 1 hour still? What? It's been an hour. Let's see this. This might be an 8-hour video. This is an 8-hour video, people. I can't believe it. It could be an 8-hour video. Anything going on? Now I can talk, right? Because I wouldn't talk, will I? We're back! I'm back. I'm showing my face now because I got a little bit boring. This race is going to be a while because of one reason. There were some crashes. What did I miss? And second, the face cam. It's only going to be in this last video, okay? This last video here. Also, I might not do face cam anymore. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will, or maybe I won't. Let's see, it's doing really good.
Brad Keselowski and Eric Almirola. Clint Boyer, his teammate alongside in the 14.
Like, I think there's some guys driving a pretty smart race right now, and Keselowski is one of them. He's kind of biding his time.
Let's see.
Third-generation racer Ryan Blaney. His dad, Dave, the Buckeye Bullet, World of Outlaws champion and a Sprint Cup driver. Granddad Lou, a sprint car ace. It runs in the family.
Well, remember when Montoya hit the jet dryer?
Yeah.
Who was leading the race? We didn't think we were going to get back. We didn't think we were going to go back to racing.
Dave Blaney.
Dave Blaney.
I raced with Dave in the sprint car days, and incredibly talented. That whole family just has so much talent, whether it's racing, basketball, a lot of athleticism.
Ryan's uncle Dale, another great sprint car racer. Let's get an update on Team Penske, beginning with Vince.
Well, and Ryan Blaney, they have been so confident. You visiting with Ryan before the race and his crew chief and engineer, they were very relaxed. And he said they've had a fast and strong car. It was as fast in the Clash. He won his duel. They have that confidence, and they know that they have a car capable of winning if they can just stay up at the front and have a shot at the end. They've made just one slight air pressure adjustment on the 12 so far. Matt?
At Daytona and Talladega in 2018, drivers have access to the track bar adjuster, and that's exactly what Brad Keselowski has used.
I see the 48, the 2, the 10 next to the 2. What's
the other adjustment was with tape. Not for cooling, trying to keep the splitter together. It was starting to separate. Use several pieces of tape on the nose.
But one last thing.
Brad Keselowski entered the race an 8-1 favorite.
Well, that was tight off turn 4. That
yep, it was.
96 car was right down on the bottom. I thought that Bowman was going to have a problem, but they worked their way by him.
When we've had 8 different winners in the last 8 years at the Daytona 500, hard to pick a favorite. I think Matt brought up a really good point about the track bar. This is the first time at Daytona that they're able to adjust from inside. That's typically saved for short tracks and you know, the mile and a half. That's going to be a really important tool for these drivers today.
Four Fords in the high groove, with Alex Bowman's Chevrolet leading the inside line.
Our pole setter, he's hanging right in there, doing a nice job, minding his manners, not taking a lot of chances.
Yep.
Like the way he's thinking.
This is what I like about having young drivers mixed in with these veterans. Those young guys are not content. They're not patient. They want to lead, just like Ryan Blaney is right now. Alex Bowman, he wants to lead. Typically, at this point in the race, we'd see them starting to try to get single file, get content. Let's ride it out. It's 500 miles. Not today. There's a lot of action.
You just think about the 88. He's got Dale Jr. sitting down on that pit box. You think Dale Jr. is not talking to him? The old Pied Piper's probably giving him some pretty good instructions.
That's right. Fourth back on the outside. Another one of those Fords. That one is the Roush Ford of Trevor Bayne, that black number 6. Here's Regan.
2011 Daytona 500 winner Trevor Bayne has been working his way forward all day long, guys. A little bit of frustration. Bubba Wallace in his mirror just a few laps ago tried to make a move and put him 3 wide. He had to block it so he could get his teammate. He got a little mad on the radio after
good racing right here. It's only been 4 hours.
So the spotter has to be air traffic control, although planes have to stay 1,000 feet apart from each other, not a couple of inches. And psychologists all at once.
Yeah, you know what I always say, Mike? Pick your fights. I mean, did that really make a lot of difference right now? Don't lose your cool. Don't lose your focus. Stay in the game. That was a minor little incident. Let it go.
Yeah, but to Trevor Bayne, it wasn't minor. He thought he was going to wreck with that move. And that's where your frustration can get the best of you if you allow that moment to take over.
Look who's right back in the mix, Denny Hamlin. Up into the top 15, right in the middle of that lead draft after being a lap down earlier, Jamie.
And that shows just how good his car is. It has been all week long, Mike. So good, in fact, that he skipped the final 2 practice sessions this weekend. They just put a cover over it and called it a day. So far today, though, the balance has been great. They haven't had to adjust on it, just overcoming that early penalty, but he's back on the lead lap, and he's working toward the top 10.
Yeah, one thing I like about
the last one
teams like with Wheeler Wheels, they call him his crew chief.
Yeah, let me guess. You already had one?
No. What is it?
We're out of popsicles.
What?
We're out of popsicles.
Well, there's nothing I can do about that.
Are you sure about that?
Never give up. You're not out of this thing. Work on it, fix it. We'll get you back in the race. Don't ever give up.
83 laps complete. There's Mike Wheeler, Denny's crew chief, as he has rebounded nicely.
Here we go. Get this race going. It's finally been 4 hours of this video. We have been recording for 4 hours straight. 4 hours and 13 minutes and 49 seconds. Now 50 seconds. 52 seconds. 53 seconds. This video is going to be so long. Yeah. Also, this is going to be one of the best races in history, we hope. I'll talk to you. Dane Hillman, how you do? That's right. I'm not. That's a fast car. We're back! Tire rub, we have a tire rub. Here we go. Yeah! It's gonna be fun. Let's see what's happening after this video is so long. Let's see what actually is gonna happen. Anything happening right now, make a move. Ryan Blaney in first. There's a lot of good drivers. Don't get your car totaled. You don't want that car being totaled. Yeah, you don't want that car being totaled. But Team 12 will be moving. We will be moving headquarters soon. We do moving headquarters a lot. Team 12 moving headquarters after my graduation. Our new headquarters coming soon in the future.
Ryan Blaney in his 4th Daytona 500 is your leader. And from the Hollywood Hotel with Michael Walton, Chris Myers, time for an Outback Steakhouse, race break, and Michael Denny Hamlin came in under caution early in this, gets penalized, ended up going a lap down. He since made it up.
Yeah, made a couple mistakes. Needed to back all the way into his box to avoid a penalty. Got that penalty, but now he's fought back into the battle.
And Kyle Busch still seeking that first ever Daytona 500 win, although he's been a champ in NASCAR. Trying to save his car, then has a tire problem and ends up damaging his car.
Yeah, that was a tough break for that team. We haven't seen many problems with the tires. If you put your pressures down too low, they will blow out, though.
Kurt Busch wins stage 1, the defending Daytona 500 champ. And Ryan Blaney, Ricky Stenhouse, a couple of Ford drivers get into it, 7 wrecks involved, 7 cars involved.
I'm just going to tell you, Chris, when you decide to block, you open yourself up to be hit. Those guys were racing really hard. 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson didn't like them being that aggressive this early.
And Truex involved in that. Not a lot of damage. Our defending NASCAR champ, and that is your Outback race pick. Don't forget the Bloomin' Onion on Monday. As Kevin Harvick should place in the top 10. Kevin Harvick currently is in the top 10, running 5th. To block or not to block? That's been a discussion point. Speed weeks here. Drivers have to assess. A little too early for that kind.
Well, that's the opinion on that, Rick. And the cars were all over the back straightaway. Some great jobs of driving and making it through there. Keep in mind, Martin Truex right in the middle of it. Michael McDowell as well. And then William Byron went sliding through the crash. Can they rally? Can they rebound from a near miss and get a chance to win Daytona? I'll be watching closely.
Daytona 500 favorite Brad Keselowski running 4th. Currently Fords have 7 of the top 10 spots. Let's rejoin Daryl, Jeff, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. Ryan Blaney in his first ride for Team Penske. He moved over